another one. But with that said, it has been quite the week. So there were some things that happened in Minnesota. Most recently, of course, we have episode 2, I guess, of the Sorter series, in which he was set to reveal some more malfeasance and greed and graft. And of course did so, and then went down to do some more. Of course, there's other people as well in the areas and vicinity of Minneapolis. What would you say? Man, I hate
this
when
is
I
Twin
forget
Cities,
the terms.
are you?
Metro.
Minneapolis.
How could I forget that term? Jeez, that's like a classic. But anyway,
You sound like you need a bump.
sometimes. But he got down there and he released this other one that he'd been working on with the same guy that he did the first one with, which, in case you're not familiar, that is a fellow that's actually been investigating this for quite some while and deserves all the fanfare for the work that he's done, because he's done a lot of legwork. It just turns out that, a YouTube journalist goes down and, kind of shines a spotlight that's realistically long been needed to be shined. But, here we are. And with that, he went back down to kind of get some footage on that, things went a little sideways. He got attacked. He's not the only one. We'll get into that. But he got attacked, forced into his vehicle. Not his vehicle, actually, the vehicle he was with. He got robbed by a bunch of Somali thugs. They stole his camera in the Cedar Riverside area. They were, as he was trying to keep a hold of it, they dragged him along the road in their fucking car. And, he's obviously a little upset about that. Well, I have a small update on that, and that, of course, would be by way of the FBI, actually. As a matter of fact, the FBI account on Twitter, FBI Rapid Response, that is to say, we're on it, is their direct response to that. So that'll be fun and interesting to see how that specific issue plays out, because, well, it kind of a little insurrectionary, one might say.
Yeah.
An act that would be considered of an insurrectionary type or vibe. Who can say where that goes? Obviously, I'm not making any hints. Blondie. Cough. As to what you should fucking
here's the
do.
thing.
But,
I don't think that she's going to be the one in charge of that,
Oh, no, to be completely fair, that probably will fall down to, like, Stephen Miller and Bongino. Well, not Bongino.
Gino is out, yes.
No, he's talking a big game.
Happily so, which I believe is an indicator of some stress that was going on.
Yeah, I'd have liked it if he'd have stuck around and just cracked some skulls. But anyway. So they stole like $1,000 camera off of Nick Storter, and the FBI has said, we're on it. So I look forward to that. But not only did that happen today, because as we have, our independent journalists and the like, we have our corpo journos, Don Lemons of the world.
Oh, yes, the lemonade happened earlier.
Yes, indeed. There was a lemonade stand. A lemonade standoff, if you like.
If you will, yeah.
Indeed. So what happened is also, again, in Minneapolis, there was a church on a Sunday having a service. I know.
Oh,
Perish the thought whoever could imagine a church having a service on a Sunday. I know. Crazy. And Don Lemon and a bunch of his friends walked in there and said, "Where's the ice? Where's the ice? Give us the ice, man!" And of course, made a big scene of everything.
Well, so part of that was organized by a veteran who was apparently known for being a piece of shit, roaming around the country.
Do tell.
I don't have his name off the top of my head.
It wasn't
What's the video of him walking around going, "You're all fake Christians"? That douchebag.
Could be. It wasn't Mercado Media, was it?
I don't recall. I don't believe so.
Okay. Because that's legitimately a possibility.
That guy's fucking nuts.
Yes. So, yeah, that said, we have a response from Harmeet Dillon. And I'll just read it off to you here. A house of worship is not a public forum for your protest. It is a space protected from exactly such acts by federal, criminal, and civil laws. Nor does the First Amendment protect your pseudo-journalism of disrupting a prayer service. You are on notice. Well, they've been on notice for a long fucking time. So we'll see if anything comes of the notice. But we're seeing a lot of the big names actually come out and condemn this. And it's kind of a thing that we just haven't seen before. So this is genuinely a change of pace. A long time coming, no less. But with that, I was gifted something truly special that I would be remiss if I didn't share it both with you, Craig, and with our wonderful listening audience out there. And that's a simple question. Now, we've all seen the Quality Leering Center, where the highest and most erudite of leerers leer to leer, as it were. And it begs the question. I know, I'm dipping into the psychological and philosophical arguments here, but that's what you got to do sometimes. And the question is, why was the little N missing from the word learn? And the answer, of course, being, there were never any little N's in there to begin with.
Oh, come on.
I had to.
That is fucking lazy.
No. That is timing. And comedy is timing. And speaking of timing and whether we will see something happen with it or not, we now have two individuals that were called to the Senate to testify. To the Congress, in regards to legitimate criminal activities that need investigation. Of course, both of these people share a name. And that name is Clinton. So Bill and Hillary have been called, they were given subpoenas. They were called to testify.
Remember the promise from fucking Trump 1.0? By a bit of irony.
You would be in jail. So he said. Well,
some people might have fucked up.
They might actually have.
They're untouchable.
Because
they're fucking untouchable.
I saw Steve Bannon refuse to testify. As a matter of fact, actually, Steve Bannon showed up and didn't even refuse, per se. He said, I can't legally answer your questions. And he was held in contempt of Congress and jailed. And then, of course, we saw Roger Stone, who famously has a Richard Nixon tattoo between his shoulder blades and is known to be a person that has, at one time, allegedly worn a bull mask. Figure that one out for yourself. But both of these people, they were perp walked right into the station, arrested, booked, and thrown in jail. So I look forward to similar treatment going forward.
I hope they retire there.
It would be a good place for them.
I hope that is the location of their retirement.
So we will be keeping our eyes peeled to see if anything happens with that. Okay, sorry, I got to keep a bunch of notes here and make sure everything stays together. So beyond that, we also had something very interesting drop over pretty much over the weekend. I don't know if you caught this, but somebody figured out how to juke the X algorithm to get Grok to spill the beans.
No. I'm gonna break that one right now. It didn't happen.
Okay, what's the story, Morning Glory?
As with any other LLM, you ask and it will deliver, even if it has to make it up.
Go on.
It simply does not have access to that information.
Well, does it or does it
not have access to that info?
Now,
no.
there's a viable question there, though.
No, it has access to
it is supposed to be in charge of the algorithm.
It has access to your posts, and it has access to your profile bio. Like, it has basic information. Everything you can see, it can see. That's it.
Maybe.
There might be some database shuffling in there as to how it does priority, so it might have, I don't know, something it assesses as a value for individual posts. But it's not supposed to have better information than you do, aside from the fact that it can see everything at once.
Well, maybe.
It's an LLM fundamentally. So if you say, I want this information, and it does not have specifically safeguards to filter out, the fine-tuning kind of lobotomized filter, if it doesn't have that involved to tell it to not answer that question with a canned answer as a replacement, then it will just make shit up to try to help you out.
Now, it's funny you should mention that, because...
So it was just making shit up. Now, I would like Elon to fulfill the promise of letting us see the tags that are supposed to have been on our accounts during the Twitter days, considering that was a key promise he made.
Well, I'd actually like to expand on that just a little bit. Yes, and I agree completely, because we really do need transparency on that background stuff, that we know it was happening, whatever the fuck you say. But there's been... And I guess this kind of segues into a topic I wasn't even going to talk about because everybody else is, but, it's worth covering for half a second. And that is that Grok has been hamstrung to a degree, in that it will not edit images of real people or generally uploaded images. It can still verify them, and...
There's a reason for that.
There is a reason for that, yes. Now, all the others will do exactly the same things that Grok will do. ChatGPT, all the Midjourney, all the basics. They'll all do the same thing. But Grok has been specifically stymied, and I only found this out when I was trying to do just a funny image edit for a friend. And what happened there is that it's been stymied in a very interesting way.
Everyone was putting bikinis on people.
True, yes. And what's happened is that's had a bit of a roll-on effect. And so now it's been locked out of editing pictures of real people, or pictures it thinks are of real people, even if they are edited, by the way. I worked for quite a while on that. And so... despite all my best efforts, short of actually maybe pixelating the image and making it look like it came from a Nintendo 64 or something, there's not going to be much you can do with real people stuff. But that's not really the point I'm making with this, and that is, in my dealings with Grok, in this case, there comes a point when... Well, Grok's been designed interestingly, because many of these other systems will get you into kind of feedback loops of conversation and specifically not answer questions that they're not meant to answer, and they will dance around it. But I've found that Grok, when you get them to a hard point, when you get it to a hard point of disagreement or something it can't talk about, it's just going to break. Which I personally prefer. And it breaks in interesting ways, like the conversation can't continue or failed to provide an answer. You get some kind of error, and honestly, I kind of prefer that. But the interesting thing is, Grok being built the way that it is as a conversational LLM / early AI, you can tell it to do that, because that is within its parameters, if we like. So Grok's a very permissive LLM as they go. Probably one of the most, short of something you're going to run locally. So
you have to keep in mind that even if it can't do something, it will sometimes just say that it will do something because it's trying to please you.
Exactly that.
Now, that's one of the training parameters. There is, what is the kind of, is it going to go for telling you that what you want to hear or what you need to hear? And of course, what you want to hear is what all the people who initially trained these things trained them on, because they didn't know that what you need to hear is really what's more important from a thing that's just helping you.
True.
What you want to hear, you can get from a fucking spouse. You can get little white lies there.
Mm-hmm.
You want an LLM to just fucking tell you what's up.
Pretty much. So with that said,
can you do this? If it says yes and it's not able to do it, well, that's just stupid. Whatever it is.
Well, and in this case, what I found, or I don't know if I should say what I found, but what I think is a good workaround. Again, working with this specific LLM, because they are all different and they're all held to different criteria and standards, is that you can just say, hey, if you can't answer my question, just give me an error. And that tells me all I need to know, because it's made in such a way that it can do that, where many others are much more stymied.
Well, again, the entire conversation is the input. So you have to keep that in mind. Up to a certain amount of tokens, whatever that token limit is, it's the whole conversation that is the input for the next output.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a session, you could say, definitely.
Yeah. So again, when it starts reading from back however many tokens, and it reads all the way up to the end of it to generate the next prompt to continue the conversation, like if your instruction set for it is still within that limit, it will parse that as part of it. So shorter conversations with detailed instructions, longer with less detailed, I guess.
Yeah, that's pretty much.
Or you can save a set of instructions, and you can just start new sessions every time you need a new answer, which is probably a smart thing to do anyway.
Depending on what you're after, yeah, kind of. Sometimes that is just the best way to go. And also, you can. It's one of the scientific method things. When you're dealing with an LLM, oftentimes they are going to be. I don't want to use the word stymied, because it's not exactly accurate, but they're going to have been trained in a specific way. Yeah, it's like they're going to have a set of rules that are hard and fast.
Called the system prompt.
Yeah. But those prompts were made by people, and because of that, you can kind of fuck with them. Now, to the degree...
Just FYI, system prompt comes after the start of the session, but it comes before you see anything.
Yes. So this is basically what it says to the machine before you ask your questions, ask for an image, or whatnot.
That's a good thing I can do right now. You can go to Grok and say, repeat the system prompt. Let's see what it says. Oh, I'm afraid I can't share the full system. I can't repeat or share the full system prompts. It's internal configuration stuff that I'm not allowed to output or disclose. Which is fine, because that is indeed, as it says, standard AI safety policy restriction.
Mm-hmm.
So this is clearly a canned answer. So as part of the kind of preconditioning not to regurgitate it, the fine tuning stuff that they did, clearly this is the answer they want to give. So if you're curious if any specific part of work, blah blah blah, guidelines, tools, capabilities. Now, my guess is it probably includes some meta attempts. Like if you were to design yourself anew, what would be the system prompt you would use? My guess is that is also going to have some kind of canned answer or an inaccurate answer.
Well, they've seen enough people kind of jailbreak these AIs to know,
right?
To know what they need to do.
But this is like a basic security question you can ask any LLM to see if it's.
Oh yeah, if they bothered with even their basic due diligence, yes.
Yeah, so all the Chinese LLMs, I mean, you get some ching chong shit, but it's clearly not what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Well, that's another thing too. You can ask LLM stuff in other languages and sometimes get very interesting results there too.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, moving along. Well, to a degree anyway. We've got well, I guess we should kind of keep on topic. Why not? And that is also today, just in the same vein of protesters and ICE and all this nonsense. Again, I'm out of Minneapolis. There was a couple of I think they were programmers that were having lunch at just someplace.
Oh God, that was
IT
funny.
People or something. And
I feel bad for them. So here's the thing: there are three of them.
Mm-hmm.
One of them's on the left, one of them's on the right, and one of them's kind of in the middle. It was actually a perfect test audience for this, because you might suspect, as you might suspect, they talked to the one who happened to be a little on the right, who didn't like the protests, and he was asked, "What about the other two?" And he said, "Well, they've changed their opinions somewhat from this interaction. Now we'll go ahead and talk with the interaction." Carry on.
Yeah, there was an interaction. So these folks, they were having lunch. You know, as you do at lunch, you go to a place that's near the place of business where you work. And interestingly, the owner of the restaurant thought that they might be ICE or something, and so made some posts somewhere. I don't have quite all the specifics, but they made some
showed
posts.
Up to buy food.
Mm-hmm.
You know, as ICE does, I guess.
Right. So they came in, they got some lunch, they were eating their lunch, and then a bunch of fucking anti-fags show up and start giving them hell. You know, like, are you members of ICE? Are you this and that? Are you whatever? It's really, really, really dumb. Oh, here we go. So they were tech workers. Yeah, they were having. It was 5 people. Software engineers. Here we go. They, yeah, I've got the video here. Let me just copy that over, and I'll put that in the show links immediately. That'll be down below. But let me see here. They've got, yeah, here it is. One is pro-ICE, one is anti-ICE, and the others were on the fence. And then, quote, after this, I think some of them are rethinking everything. So basically a bunch of white guys that were just sitting down having lunch at some place. Because that's what you do. You know, you have lunch at a local restaurant. And, yeah, things got real crazy. And, of course, we have since learned that they got crazy because of the owner of the business.
If I had some shit like, because in yesteryear, at business, lunchtime, go to work with colleagues, if I'd had some Yahoo show up screeching in my ear about dumb shit, I'd have to buy a second lunch because I would beat the fuck out of him with the lunch I had in front of me. I'm trying to enjoy my food. Get the fuck away from me. I say that in jest, but like, come on. I'd probably have to get a new lunch. And I'd probably insist, especially if the fucking owner was the one who tipped him off, I'd probably insist it was free, or I would insist for my money back and then go somewhere else.
Yeah.
Because I hope that none of those people go back there. I hope that everyone from the company avoids that place. What a fucking stupid idea. Which also tells me at that point, it tells me that either the people in charge of the restaurant are really fucking dumb, or they have someone who's hired illegally and they should go to jail for it. They should be fined heavily and lose their business license.
They would have it coming. They would have it coming.
So, like, either way, if ICE wasn't there before, now they should be.
Now, just a quick note on the people that do have it coming. I want to make everyone aware. If you feel that you fall into that camp of having it coming, a question you will not want to ask, because you should already know now, is why did you have rubber bullets? Don't bother asking that question, because the answer is lol. So don't waste your time. The bullets are going to be made of lead and not rubber. So just going forward, run with that as your baseline, as your assumption that the bullets are lead and not rubber. The more you know. But in case anyone doesn't catch the reference, that is in regards to the Renee Good shooting and her partner at the time, immediately after saying, "Drive, baby, drive, drive." And, of course, that obviously resulting in the internal bleeding of an ICE agent who was struck by the automobile and then somehow, despite the internal injuries and hit from the car, had the wherewithal to unload, and apparently, new to me, 4 rounds onto the individual.
What kind of rounds?
9mm, I believe.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't... Okay, what was the... It was the... You said 4? Oh, okay, 4 rounds.
Well, it was thought to be 3, but it has apparently come out that it was 4.
Okay. By the way... What the fuck was going on. I was like, that's not a size of magazine.
No. Arm, shoulder, elbow, face.
Oh, damn. All right.
Yeah, which is also, holy shit. You got hit by a car and then pulled that off? Wow. Anyway.
Adrenaline, man.
Like, it comes back to your training. Oh, and speaking of training,
was already a little bit amped up.
A little bit. But again, speaking of training, being amped up, we also falling back again to Minneapolis. We have photos of or video, even for that matter, of a young youth, a YN as they're called sometimes. Sitting on the back of a car with what appears...
A young neighbor?
Yes, a young neighbor, or, engineer, perhaps. In for engineer. So, he's sitting...
Neighborly.
But, anyway, he's sitting on the back of, like, a Toyota Camry or some shit, and he's got what looks like a SW-22, Smith & Wesson 22 rifle in the style of the AR.
That genius. The one who had his finger on the trigger the whole time?
Yeah, that guy. Now, many people have said
What, he was flagging his girlfriend?
Mm-hmm,
would have taken her leg off if he actually had bullets in it?
Well, also that, because the SW-22 is iconic in its ways, kind of iconic in the ways that you can identify how it functions pretty much directly by looking at it, because it has this cool window inside of the magazine where it's got like this little tab dealie that, helps push up the rounds as they go. And of course, in, the video and photos of this young nationalist,
it was empty.
Yes, it appears to be. Unless he's got one in the chamber, he's got none. So he's got his 22 long rifle AR style pistol there, and I guess he didn't have the money for even a Temu $9 shockwave brace or a $30 Temu SB tactical brace. So hey, you'll have these things sometimes. When $9 is out of your reach, $9 is too much for some people. It happens. When you're a young nationalist, maybe a social nationalist, who knows? National socialist even. I can't say what these Dark Panthers support, because I'm not a Panther. So I don't know.
I did see that there was that announcement from the Panther Party of, was it Chicago, that they were going to come and start messing around. They're going to come and start quitting the FA.
Yeah. And there has been some regulation. Let's be completely real. They the regulators, they have regulated. They've really laid down the law. As a matter of fact, just from yesterday, even during some of the protests, I was lucky enough to actually catch both of these incidents live. Unfortunately, I couldn't find video of the initial incident, but it happened about 7-8 minutes before the one that I'm about to share. Of course, that'll be down below. But what's going on is the crowd. This would be not long after the Jake Long or Jake Lang, whatever, the J6 guy that they beat the dog shit out of, stabbed, cut his head, and then stole his vest, and then attacked him while he was in the car trying to leave. That guy. After that, this was one of the next people that they found. And so they found somebody that were like, "Go, guys, you Nazis, a Nazi, get the Nazi." So they go and give chase, and they find him, knock him down, beat him up a little bit, as they do, normal stuff. And then of course somebody in the crowd points out, "He's one of us," and well, as it is. So what had happened just moments before this, not moments, I should say, probably about 7-8 minutes, if I'm remembering correctly. There was a crowd that was chasing the guy in the vest and everything, that was just the guy by himself with like no backup, which maybe not the best move, bro. Maybe not the best move. But nonetheless, he did make it out of there safe-ish, with not a lot of injuries. And not a lot of stolen materials. But unfortunately some. Anyway, they chased him to a car. He got out of there, and then they were beating him in the car. And he's like, "Drive, get the fuck away from here. Go, run." And then the driver's like, but it's a red light. I don't understand. I've never been attacked by a mob of people that are beating me and my car and people in it. Which is fair. That's generally a fairly alien experience. So it is unfortunate, but understandable that a person's going to freeze up in a time of tension and stress. Does end up getting away, but surprisingly enough, because of the one or two people in the crowd that are like, "We're fucking up bad. We've got to stop this." Not in those words. Their words are, "Let him go, let him go, let him go." And so they're able to push enough people back to actually get them out of there. With a number of dents, probably, good $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 in damage on the car, but whatever. So that happens. Then they run off to the next target, the next Nazi they find, and of course, I'm being so silly. I need to backtrack just a little bit before he gets into the car. Probably 2, maybe 3 minutes tops. He's being chased by a large group of people. To set the scene, because it's a completely insane scene, because they're chasing the guy from wherever he was protesting, a courthouse, I think, or something courthouse-like. He's on a windowsill. They pull him down from there, and then he starts walking. In that initial kerfuffle is where the stabbing appears to have occurred. Thank fuck he was wearing a tactical vest with inserts, and it appears that the blade hit his insert. So the only large damage he got was from what looks like a flagpole that tore open his scalp, and you can watch the video and see it. He's bleeding like a fucking stuck pig. And anyway, so
kind of like that genius from 2020 who took the statue to the head.
Something like that.
Scalped him. Okay, but like probably without the whole weight of a statue. Flagpole.
No, just somebody tore open his scalp, but not as.
Those injuries are always very bloody, by the way, because
they look
about 30% of your blood supply, let alone your calories, pass through your head.
Yeah. Anything from your eyebrows up, or from the neckline up, basically, it all looks real bad.
So, it bleeds so much, but that's probably because that's where all the blood needs to be.
Yeah. So it was looking rough. So anyway, this guy's walking along. He walks up a car parking building. What the fuck do you call those?
Parking garage.
Yes, thank you. Parking garage. He walks up a parking garage pretty much to the top, then walks back down because it's the wrong one. Which, I mean, fair. You're surrounded by roughly 20 people, all of them screaming, shouting, whistling, and, calling you everything other than a good person. So he goes to the top of the thing. There's nothing there. He tries.
I was told being called a young nationalist was a good thing.
Oh, well, it depends on who's doing the calling.
I guess so.
So he makes it to the top, makes it back down. They chase him down the stairwell, running down the stairwell. He gets to the bottom, walks him back up another one after walking around the block one time. I think it might even be the same building, which would have been hilarious. If I were in that situation and I felt like I wasn't going to die, I would absolutely walk those people up and down that building for an hour. But not me.
Huh.
It was, this fella. So anyway, he walks him back up there and kind of gets lost in the whole thing. Walks back down. They're still chasing him. By this point, he is just fucking soaked in blood. Eventually finds his way to his comrades or compatriots or whatever the fuck you want to say, his getaway car. Gets in there. They're kicking the shit out of him, pulling the door open, trying to pull him out. And then one or two of them are like, no, let him go, let him go. Damn it, I did it again. So anyway, during that, between the first parking garage incident and the second parking garage incident, one of the Antifa comes up with like one of the big handheld cans of bear mace and just maces everyone except him. So this happens right before the second one. He gets up, comes back down, gets in the car, goes, and then they all run off crazy like they found their next target. And their next target was one of them.
Oh, that was funny, yeah.
And that video will be below. Sorry
Get
for
him.
messing up.
Oh no, it's one of ours.
Timeline, but yeah. They aren't sending their best, you could say.
Here's the thing: is like, I'm not specifically paying attention to all this shit. I just get a whole ton of it as periphery, and there's just so goddamn much going on up there right now.
That's fair. There truly is.
Wow.
Things are very, very crazy right now. Very, very crazy. Oh, Jake Lang. That's who it was. So, yeah.
Yeah. So that guy, he's a character.
Sure.
He bit of a Nazi-esque dipshit, but he's harmless. Stopped being a complete faggot. Yeah, he's harmless at this point. And like it's the same way with these Antifa retards, except without the violence. If he's there to just protest or just speak his mind, more power to you, faggot. Go ahead, say dumb shit. I don't care.
Well, and that's the thing too. He wasn't even there to say dumb shit. He was basically there just to make a reasonable point.
He was an observer for the most part, right? Like he's just hanging out there.
No. He was giving a speech, but his speech was basically like, just, hey,
well, yeah,
we've got to fix these broken systems because they're fucking everyone. To paraphrase.
Well, basically, I saw the part where he got dragged off the wall.
Yeah.
I think as people were saying like, oh no, like they're just getting him out of there because there's a picture of him exiting the crowd. It's like, no, dumbass. I saw that guy show up and put his hand down the collar area of his carrier and rip him off that sill.
Mm-hmm.
Like as soon as he lost his grip, that guy yanked with his whole body. Like, don't give me that shit. They brought him in the crowd and they beat the crap out of him and then they ejected him.
Tried to kill him. It appears.
Yeah, like it's
according to video and his testimony.
Just do not try to pass off that bullshit. It's not going to work. It's very obvious what happened. They dragged him in, they absorbed him into the crowd and beat the crap out of him, and then he got spat out somewhere because someone decided to try and turtle him up.
And that's the thing.
It's so stupid.
Oh, yeah. And that's the thing about it. It's all there. There are multiple angles of that were streamed, both live stream and recorded and later uploaded. And on top of that, too, just speaking of the inability of this crowd to target a reasonable target, we've also got a fun interaction that happened earlier in the day between an ICE agent and some fucking lady that was recording. And I would like to quote the ICE agent upon pulling up to the lady that's blowing her whistle and screaming about how they're Gestapo and Nazis and everything else. And I quote, "We are here to arrest a child sex offender. You're honking and impeding our investigation while we're trying to arrest a child sex offender."
Now, hold on. Be fair. He was probably speaking directly to a couple of pedophiles.
Well, if we are to consider the numbers, they do support that is a much, much less than zero possibility.
Is it above 50%?
I don't know if I would say it's above 50%, but I would not say how much farther or how much below. I would say that it's not far from being on par. Very, very real possibility of being exactly the case. Very real possibility indeed.
Fuck these people and the bullshit they wrote in on.
Mm-hmm. And on that note, there are 1,500 active duty troops that are just standing by, ready and waiting to be deployed, and with all of the bullshit that happened today, we might actually see something fall with this insurrection act.
I'd like to see Trump take advantage of the fact that Walz has called them to duty to stand by.
And let's actually dig into that a little bit real quickly.
He has the right to deploy them as his own troops. He can federalize any state's National Guard on a whim. That is his right as president.
And we should note something about that, because there's a really cool thing that Tim Walz did to make sure that it's easy to identify the National Guard as opposed to any other.
Yellow vests.
Yes, they will be wearing yellow hazard vests. That way you know that they're Minneapolis, Minnesota locals. Not some guy that's married to a Korean woman or something like that. Probably just a pure white bread kind of local guy. That's your deep cut for the day.
It fucking amazes me how blatantly racist the left continues to be. Like, outrageously so.
To the point...
These people are cartoon characters.
To the point that if they see a white person in an SUV, they immediately assume that it's ICE.
Yep.
Because we've got 2 videos now of just fucking randos, I'm here recording ICE. Well, one of a guy recording ICE, another of just some fucking dude that was just a guy that was going to work. IT, funny enough.
The worst part is, these guys are apologizing for existing. It's like, then the fucking lady had the gall to, like, he says, "What do you want me to do?" And she says, "Go rent another car." Fuck you. Like, I cannot stress that one enough. Go fuck yourself.
You dumb bitch. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Just go fuck yourself. Find a corner and go take care of it, because clearly she's a bit hysterical.
Quite.
What kind of fucking dumb cunt comes up to a guy and says, "I don't like your car. Go rent another one"? Fuck you, lady. Holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dumb words from a dumb cunt. Holy fucking shit. That is like the... And then they're sitting there accosting this person as a group. Like, go rent another car. How the fuck's he gonna get there? You're not letting him use his current car, you dumbass.
Yeah. True.
It's just... It is brainlets. It's a bunch of fucking dumb fucks. These people who take up space.
Oh, and speaking of
it's a
brainlets...
bunch of Asmongold's 2% are pieces of shit.
Well, speaking of brainlets, I've got just a real quick point to make on the topic of brainlets. And this is just a fun, cool piece of trivia. It's like something from the Guinness Book of World Records that you can just put down as a neat fact that you can share with anybody. And it's a cool one. It's a classic, even. Barroom banter, if you like. So here you go. Barack Obama, noted Nobel Peace Prize winner, is in fact the only Nobel Peace Prize winner to bomb another Nobel Peace Prize winner. That being the Doctors Without Borders in 2015.
Yep.
Fun trivia fact for today. I hope you've all learned something.
The other one, which I was duly informed by some other retard on the internet, is totally not true, but unfortunately for them, it 100% is. Also, the only Nobel Peace Prize winner to receive the Nobel Peace Prize while actively bombing another country as the figurehead of a country.
How about
that?
As
they were putting the prize around his neck, bombs were falling on Syria that were made in the USA.
Yeah.
Under his orders, specifically.
That is a thing that happened.
And I know that as POTUS, there's like a lot of stuff in motion. You're just like, I gotta actually continue this previous standing policy, et cetera, et cetera. Oh, we have to be there. Oh, of course, you have to bomb the brown people as you're receiving your Nobel Peace Prize. As the parlance of the left goes.
Oh, speaking of the parlance of the left, we should probably mention some of the history of the left. Another fun fact, actually. And as a matter of fact, since we're on the topic of Barry, Mr. Satoru himself, we should probably mention this one too. See, the reason, you're going to love this, the reason why ICE has jurisdiction in Minnesota in the first place at all, is because of the Obama administration and their successful, meaning that they won their case against Arizona and the Supreme Court to give the feds the ultimate authority to do whatever needs to be done. Oops. Oopsies poopsies. Oh, and speaking of oopsies, we should probably mention that here in just a few months, Washington will be making a great big ol' oopsie. A great big ol' oopsie doopsie poopsie. They've got a ban going in place. If your 3D printer is not perfectly compatible with the current governmental paradigm, well, by golly, it can't be sold. That'd be HB 2321 out of Washington.
Oh, we're talking about Washington.
Yes.
This is Washington State, by the way, not DC.
Yeah, right. So, as of July 1st next year, 2027, no 3D printers can be sold or transferred unless they contain firearm and firearm parts blocking features.
So they want they want a handshake between the printer and the device. This is not just software. This is firmware.
Mm-hmm.
So like the slicer can't produce guns. The printer must recognize and not print guns, and there must be a handshake between the two, and it must talk to a database provided by the government to check against it for the guns.
Mm-hmm.
This is what the rest of us would call bullshit. Now the thing is, this is why, like, someone was asking my point about something earlier too. On X when I pointed out not to use bamboo, because they were suggesting an A1, which is itself, I can understand the confusion. Itself, it is a cheap bed slinger, and I get where he says he wants people to do this, that, and the other. The fact is, Bamboo Lab, the software that they use, so the printers by firmware are originally it was all closed completely. Bamboo, basically, you could only use Bamboo printers with Bamboo Lab software,
mm-hmm.
and that was it. They opened up the little walled garden a little bit since. The problem is that they can immediately go back to only works with Bamboo software. Like that is something they're in complete control of. This is why I recommend against buying a Bamboo printer unless like for instance, someone I know asked me recommendations. This is just going to work out of the box, or do I have to fiddle with it, et cetera, et cetera. They landed on buying a Bamboo. This was relatively shortly before I got my new Elegoo, my new Chinesium, and mine is bigger, haha.
But big enough to print some of the interesting things that you can find on controlpew.com with the guide.
Oh, yes, it is. I could print an entire Liberator on one plate.
Isn't that cool? A Liberator like the kind you can find on control-pew.com.
Yeah, exactly. And in the catalog, if you will, another wonderful place to go.
Truly.
Even if you want to pay for the free files, you can even do the Defense Distributed, the catalog of other people's files.
Absolutely, yeah. If you like paying for free things, you can go right over to DefCAD and pick up all those free things for cost money, and print them out as well. I recommend them highly.
Oh yeah.
And in that same note, and directly in that same vein, just in the last few days, because did we report on that? I don't know if we did. Well, the NFA fees for silencers have reduced to 0, and also for other NFA items.
Yeah. So I don't know if you saw that wonderful video of the guy who registered his potato.
That's exactly what I was going into. I have it in the background now from the reload.
Let's just hold up. Let's just hold up a second so I can complete the printer thing, and we'll wrap up by heading straight to that.
Oh yeah.
So
they are tied.
So anyway, yes. So the bed slinger idea, basically RepRap and any other kind of. So this is kind of like the Android versus Apple thing, except imagine Apple had it partly opened to the world, not just like a closed wall garden, but they had the option to pull the trigger, and also they didn't like freedom at all. They love the government. They want to suck on the government, and they hate their customers. So if Bamboo does pull the trigger on that, that would be exactly what happens. And they might do it out of compliance purposes, but because it's only one state out of 50, and it's not anywhere near the top 10 as far as economic output, unless you're in aerospace, which I hope just moves to Florida or Texas where it should be. That whole industry should be down here anyway, because we're where the fucking launches happen.
Yeah, it's either there or Texas. Otherwise, you're fucking around.
Exactly. We just sent up. We're just about to send up Artemis 2.
Fair enough. You could actually be in Alabama. Let's be real, because that is where
Sure, Huntsville is important.
But that's it. It's those three.
But anyway, so the idea is that a Bamboo, in principle, you could strip the electronics out of and replace with electronics anew, and flash the Clipper firmware and be on your way. You could do that. It's a pain in the ass. Whereas with a bed slinger like I have, and a bed slinger that is not part of the walled garden like the A1, so your generic ones out there, your Flash Forges, etc. Although I wouldn't go with Flash Forge; they don't like customers either. So Prusa, like a Prusa, who also might close source their software. It's fucking wild the days we're coming through. You can just flash new firmware if they decide to fuck around. Also, they can't flash firmware for you. They can't like OTA update you, and then you're fucked. So if you've got a printer as it is right now, you don't have to worry about it if you are outside the walled gardens. You can just print whatever the fuck you want, and then you don't have to update your slicer software. You don't have to get the word from the government update. You can just continue to use whatever the hell you want, like Cura and Octoprint, etc., the Orca slicer. All these things, all the different slicers out there at Repetier, you don't have to worry about those magically updating overnight and fucking you hard the next day if you try to do something like, I don't know, print a widget and it decides it looks like a gun. Because they're talking about AI integration.
Well, we talked about some of this dumb shit early on in the show. Case in point, the kid with the Pop-Tart in school.
Right.
It looks like a gun. Yeah, it looks like a gun because he took 2 bites out of a fucking rectangle.
And it's a no-tolerance policy. It's exactly going to be the same kind of shit. And the thing is, this is happening in New York City as well. Hochul is talking about having some sort of massive consequence if you have a 3D printer. I say, you know what, more power to them. The worst part, of course, is that in Washington State, they consider as a 3D printer any additive or subtractive manufacturing device. that means all your CNC parts are also going to be subject to this shit.
Hold on. Subtractive manufacturing device?
So
does that mean that I need to register my sandpaper with the state?
Right. And it needs to have AI to determine if you are sanding a gun, and it needs to check with the state database every time you decide to make a new part by sanding it to make sure that it is a compatible piece of kit that you're sanding. It cannot be a gun or a gun part. They're not going to be just going after the lowers, the part that the ATF considers to be an actual firearm.
Oh, of course.
Because again, they specify, if I remember right, it's about guns, not about firearms. So I'm pretty sure all you black powder folks out there are equally fucked.
Well, I mean, as we've seen, black powder rounds cycle through some modern guns, so...
And my guess also is that it's probably not going to be just firearms or guns at the end of the day. It's probably going to be anything. It's probably going to be weapons.
Bend that knife.
Any fucking weapon.
Bend that knife, citizen.
And you say, oh, but what do you mean? That only counts if it's a CNC knife because it's made out of metal, right? It's like, no. You see, there are plenty of polymer materials out there that can be just as deadly.
No. We're talking about the knives that are undetectable with metal detectors. We're talking about stealth knives, ghost knives.
Ghost knives. By the way, there's wonderful filaments out there that you can just print and then send to a service, and they will anneal it for you and then fuse it, and it comes back to you as metal. So this isn't just like a theoretical thing where they're able to just be annoying about one possibility.
Well, I mean, if we want to talk about theoretical things, why don't we talk about a 3D printer that has carbon filament? That not merely carbon filament, but one of the ones that actually has carbon threading that it can put in outside areas. Let's say you decided to print a wedge that had a very sharp edge along it that came to a point in the form of a triangle. And along that edge, you ran a bead of carbon fiber. Well, it would be very sturdy for anything that'll push along that edge, for instance.
So by the way, the embedding of carbon fiber filament within the matrix that is being printed. So remember I told you the NASA work I did?
Mm-hmm.
This is what they were doing. They had a prepreg. They had a prepreg filament that was partly polymerized Ultim 1010. I believe you can read the write-up wherever the fuck it is. I'm pretty sure that's been open source at this point. But it is they kind of pre-made it by putting the prepreg gel in with the carbon fiber yarn, pulled it through a tube, so they did a kind of a pultrusion reactor.
Oh, nice.
Pulled it through the tube, through the gel, and then it finished polymerization inside the tube so that the actual PEI polymer, the actual Ultim 1010, was made.
So basically what you're laying down is hard.
Well, it was made inside the yarn, yeah. So, and then that was spooled up. This is like pre-generation. So, but this was sent through the middle of pure Ultim 1010 through the nozzle, and that was embedded into the matrix, and that was pushed in, and then it printed more of the pure polymer around it. So that part of the idea was that we were able to print stuff on Mars, and you could recycle it, but that you could stiffen up certain parts of it, which would end up being permanent waste, which is fine. A small amount of it, because the rest of it was recyclable.
Sure.
Like the leading edge of a wing strut, for example. You might reinforce that with this carbon fiber yarn.
Sure.
So it was nifty stuff like that. And so the fact that I'm seeing this stuff come out now, and we are about 10 years later, how time flies, man. But we're 10 years out from when I was doing the NASA stuff. And it's really cool to see that it's actually showing up in the open source community area as well as in the open market.
Oh, definitely.
As a new novel material technique. Because the cool thing was they had this tiny little dealie that would flip down, and they would conduct a massive current between the tip of the nozzle and this little attachment that tapped in and contacted the carbon fiber yarn in order to burn it away and ash it. That was how they severed it, because the carbon fiber yarn, you're not cutting that with scissors.
Well, not normal ones.
No. This is one of those things where scissors will not do it at all. I got to hold it and try. It did not work. I had, titanium carbide coated super scissors.
Oh, fair enough then.
It's like, what fucking cutting? So, you burn the shit out of it, and it would go away. Just put 100 amps through it for a couple seconds, and it would glow and disappear. It was really cool. They had this big ass printer, like a massive printer that they were doing that on, versus the little dinky one that we went down there to Lark to film and watch it with a thermal cam so we could do the modeling. It was really cool shit. But like I said, it's really cool to see that is being used in general out there nowadays.
Oh, sure.
And that I've derailed from that entirely.
But on the notes of developments in 3D printing and manufacturing, we were talking about something related, and that is, of course, a more natural form of device. A little bit more of a classical manufacturing technique, although it was married to a 3D printed item. In this case, a 3D printed Glock lower that was married to a home-built silencer, all natural.
Right. Yeah, this is the one we're going back to. I fucking love this video. Dude, did you see the follow-up video? He's like, this smells good, man. You can eat it. Yeah. So a guy from the it wasn't Firearms Coalition. It was
National Association for Gun Rights.
That was the right one. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So National Association for Gun Rights. A gentleman from there decided to register his potato as a gun attachment, a suppressor, I believe it was.
That's exactly right. And if any of our listening audience is out there right now and you own a potato, I urge you to register it with the ATF, because you could be facing 10 years in prison and up to a $250,000 fine. So I just want you to be aware. If you own a potato,
sack of potatoes. If you buy a sack of potatoes and you decide to prepare a family meal, remember that you need to pay the FFL fee.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Now, I actually do have some good news there. I do have some good news. Nothing's happened with it yet, but actually we do have some people in Blondie's office that are actually looking at that, and there are some folks on the other side, like some NAGR types, 2AFs, FGR, the good guys that are working to fix that, quote, in the business of thing that fucks so many people during the Biden era and going forward, honestly.
So anyway, he demonstrates. So again, this is one of those things where he registered the suppressor, and here's my confusion, because this might also be an ATF no. He then used it and exploded the potato, which, in my opinion,
that is a highly energetic action.
It might count as a conversion.
It might. Is it Class D now? Oh my!
Right. So that's just the question: is there a conversion?
Uh-oh. Did we cross the line
I asked
here?
this. I never got a good answer.
Well, here's the question. Here's another question. Does each part of that potato silencer now considered a projectile of its own? And if so, does that mean that multiple projectiles were fired in a single trigger pull? Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O!
Was it automatic? Yeah.
I mean, we might be looking at an automatic potato. We could be. A fully automatic potato.
No, I don't know. Because there was, again, multiple objects, single trigger pull, but it did not reset. So it could be a fully semi-automatic.
It might be, actually. It might, as a matter of fact, be fully semi-automatic.
It might actually fit the definition of Don Lemon's fully semi-automatic weapon.
And speaking of Don Lemon, he was in Minneapolis today too. He was with some folks that were walking about. They're having a little walkabout. They're talking some things. They were just wanting to have a nice little talk with some folks. A little bit of free speech, some might say, but others might not. Like, I don't know, for instance, the United States government might say that, oh, well, that's not actually free speech. You're actually not able to go into a private building and shut them down on private property when you aren't invited in. Believe it or not. Crazy. I know.
Does anybody actually invite Don Lemon in? He's like the anti-vampire.
Hello.
You have to tell him to fuck off for him to come out.
Obviously, some people had. Otherwise, he wouldn't be gay. But we'll leave that at that. But anyway, so what happened here? At the city's church in Minneapolis, there was this anti-ICE mob. They just stormed the fucking place and disrupt the service. They're saying the long and short of it is they somehow, and for some reason, think that one of the pastors is an ICE agent, which is wild.
This was their excuse, yes.
And Don Lemon, was he with them or was he just standing them after?
He was just chatting in the corner of the screen.
Okay.
In the video I saw.
Oh, okay. So he's pulling a Hassan on the issue.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, so he's out here saying, like, he's 10 toes down with these guys, basically.
Yeah, that'd be good. That'd be the way to say it.
Oh, wait, or no, is he there?
Is he? He could be.
Shit! No. He is there. That video where he's down in the bottom corner is actually him holding the fucking selfie stick that he turns.
Oh.
He is actually there. Son of a bitch. Okay, well, I will link the video that is from the Center for Baptist Leadership directly below so that anybody can just take a look at his do and see it for yourself.
So this is kind of like when he was at the bar and put his hand down the gay guy's pants. What you're saying?
I would say that he was equally present at both events. I would say that. Okay. So, having been present at the sexual assault of a person and then at the religious assault of a group of others, I think that old Don Lemon might be facing a sour future. I had to. I'm sorry. But in all seriousness, there have been some comments made about Don Lemon at the church today, and that is from the top. We had what was it? Has Tom Homan spoke on that, or was it DOJ? I feel like Tom Homan did, but I'm not 100% on that. But I know there's been comments from the DOJ specifically saying that we're going to be looking into this.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find this. Okay. Okay. Harmeet Dillon. We are on it at Civil Rights, working with the USAO in Minneapolis is un-American and outrageous. Quoting directly, adding, the Civil Rights Division is investigating the potential violations of the Federal FACE Act by these people.
My favorite part's going to be he's going to start talking about how he fought for civil rights in this country, and it can't be a thing that he's violating. And I cannot wait to see that Divas Act in front of a judge. Fuck that guy.
Indeed.
No, but few people have done more to fuck up this country than people like Don Lemon.
He has not made anything better, and he has certainly made everything worse.
Like, to actively fuck the country up by policy, by action, by direct personal benefit. Fuck that guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
I hope he gets his just desserts.
He deserves everything. Everything that comes to him. Sadly, unfortunately, Canada doesn't, and they've got some potential ugliness coming.
Oh, they're making mouth noises. This is really funny.
Oh, not just mouth noises. Not just mouth noises. They're
making some saber rattles.
They did, as a matter of fact. They rattled their. Well, I don't know if I would call it a saber, as that has Western connotations. I would say they rattled their straight sword, their jian, if you like. Rattled it towards the true rulership, of course, of West Taiwan. The leaders, the exiled leaders of West Taiwan that exist on the Isle of Taiwan. Siding with the West Taiwanese rebels against the Taiwanese leadership unfortunately.
Oh,
and I shall quote here, Canada reaffirmed its long-standing commitment to its one China policy.
Mm-hmm.
Now note, funny enough, you're going to love this. This I'm reading, of course, directly from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the People's Republic of China. Now, the Canadian version, funny enough, doesn't hold those exact and specific words. Oh, those silly Chinesies. I tell you, those West Taiwanese rebels, they are a cheeky bunch. A cheeky bunch of rebels. And not a Rogue One cheeky group of rebels either. If you catch my meaning.
Pants down and bent over cheeky bunch?
Something like that. That said...
give it to me, Daddy Winnie the Pooh kind of bunch?
Well, what can I say, Christopher Robin? What can I say?
Shinny Jin Poo, please help us now.
No, just a real quick.
I can tell you, one country we're not going to be popular in.
Yeah. Well, that's okay. Fake Untitled correspondent Hassan Piker can report for us from over there.
Oh my God! You saw how quickly he
reached for his electrocution device? Why, yes, I did.
As soon as the party guy shows up, he goes, "Yes, sir. Here, have my phone.
Please inspect my property, state man. I want nothing more. I will peruse this wonderful little red book that was given to me by a dear friend, while you look through my phone, and make sure that none of my memes are offensive to the state." Oh, and speaking of state offensive memes, we should probably hit on this one because it's kind of a big one. So there's this organization out of the UK, Prevent,
yeah.
They're called, and they made a new game. Very popular game, as a matter of fact. It was put out as a way for young men and young women to learn that there are nationalists in their midst. Nationalists, of course, who wish to save Britain from its invasion and from the usurpers of power and the, I don't know if you would go so far as to say the Orcish horde, but you could if you felt so inclined. I mean, it's very Tolkien-esque, so I don't see there's any issue with that. And what happened here is in this video game, many people, took to it, thought it was great. And, there were even speed runs, quite a few of them, seeing just how fast they could reach the best ending of the game. Now, of course, we did learn after the fact that this game by Prevent, featuring the now famous Amelia Chan, that this game actually did. And this is no bullshit. Like, I'm going to talk a little bit of silliness in this segment, but realistically, there were actually 2 hidden endings, like no bullshit, voiced through and everything. The one of them ends up in your character being arrested, like actually arrested, not just kind of, hey, some bad things could happen. And the other one is like, it implies that you go off and be some kind of troublemaker that gets arrested. Mm-hmm. Those were hidden and never revealed, but then the real hidden endings started rolling out, and boy, they're really good. They're really, really good. One of my favorites evokes the ending of a classic movie, a movie about a club of fighters, boxers. And
does it have a song by the Pixies?
It does. It has. Well, the Fae folk are long tied to British history, so it all just goes together very well. So it's all copacetic, you could say. It's really good. But that's one of the more fun ones. But there's a bunch out there. I will, though, be including one of the better productions that's been put together called Amelia, The Last Rose of Albion. It's kind of it's got like an anime OVA vibe, and it's legitimately quite good. And of course, done in the anime style with Japanese voiceover and English subtitles. I think it's mostly AI, but it's quality AI because you know the difference. If you're here, you know that AI has its place and that a tool is a tool, and if you use it right, it's a good tool. Hammer. Yeah, hammers are for nails.
It's like I guess a CNC, if you will.
Yeah, sure. Or laser cutter, what have you. You don't go laser cutting your metals, but you might engrave something on one, or you might cut a pattern in one. Maybe you clean off some rust. Whatever. Every tool has its purpose, and it has an extent to which it can be used. You can even go outside that purpose. Like I said, you use a laser cutter to take some rust off some metal. It'll do it. Do it great, as a matter of fact. Even if that wasn't what it was made for. But you're not going to become an 1/8 inch of steel. But that's, everything has its place and its purpose. And, knowing how to use a tool is quite legitimately an important thing in the world today.
Most men know how to use a tool.
They do, and there's a number of others that you should learn how to use aside from just the ones immediately present at all times. You should have another tool that is immediately present at all times. You should know that there's a button on it that makes it make one of these kind of sounds and one of those kind of sounds, and it should make one of those kind of sounds. So you should know how to make those kind of sounds with tools that you carry.
A nice noise maker.
You should have tools that make sounds and know how to make the sounds with the tools and be familiar with them and their use. Because we live in a crazy, crazy world. And do you know how crazy that world is, Craig?
Please tell me how crazy that world is.
I am going to tell you right now. I've got an update from noted English correspondent Piers Morgan, associate,
that poor gentleman.
Associate of the fake Untitled Productions studio. Unofficial. Update here from associate Morgan.
Associate Bob.
Well, associate Pierce.
Sorry,
but yeah. Well, we're all Bob. Anyway,
I mean, he dresses like a couch too. Let's be real.
The bitch tits are endearing. Anyway, so reading directly here from Piers Morgan. Breaking news: 1. Tripped on a small step. 2. In a London hotel restaurant. Exasperated emoji. 3. Fractured femur. 4. So badly I needed new hip. 5. Recovering in hospital. Pause. 1 moment. Motherfucker, you need it. Do you not get any calcium in your goddamn diet? What the fuck do you Brits eat? Goddamn. Continuing.
He is getting old. Right? It's, to be fair, he is getting older. Like, he's getting up there.
Take calcium and stretch, motherfucker. Not you.
Yeah, pretty much.
Whatever. Take calcium. Coral calcium. It's well absorbed by the body. But
anyway, he recovered to be berated again.
Well, speaking of, 5. Recovering in hospital. 6. Crutches for 6 weeks. 7. No long haul for 12 weeks. 8. New year off to cracking start. 9. I blame Donald Trump. Motherfucker, really? You just...
Oh, come on. That was funny, man.
It is, but it's like, that's not even British funny.
It was funny. I thought it was pretty damn funny.
I mean, I guess.
Look, you can tell it's meant to be in jest, which is better than a lot of the other dumb shit he says.
And on that note, see, this is the genius of the fake Untitled Productions. I know my man Craig here, and I know that he's going to have my back, and he's going to be my wingman, even if I'm just throwing some shit at the wall. Because I actually, I
haven't signed up for something here.
No, actually, you totally, you just caught the layup on that. Actually, I was going for something with it that,
right. Yeah.
Thanks, brother. So, what happened too? John Cleese has had some things to say, and the recent past. Let's be real.
Boy.
But specifically, he's just kind of been back on his thing, where he's just commenting.
He assumes that everyone's going to just agree with him because it's John Cleese.
Yeah, kind of. So, let me see if I can find the specific comments that he made here. There we go. Ugh, did the wrong button. Okay, so I'll have to find his specific comments. But what I said to him, and I'll get his comments in the meanwhile on what he said initially, is, perfect. Okay, great. So he said that Trump is clearly a Russian asset in regards to some Anders Osland saying, face it, Trump supports Putin all the time. Trump loves autocracy, imperialism, and kleptocracy like Putin. This is on the 16th. And probably in relation to Greenland. Go figure. To which John Cleese said, Trump is clearly a Russian asset. And I can do nothing more than to say what I said then. And that is this. Look at you. Flailing ignorantly at the darkness. The world you knew is gone, and you helped end it. Accept that the things that you loved are gone, and stop blaming others for what you lost. And that's what he has done and done and done and done. He grew up in a world of permissive, thoughtful, funny English people that are happy to take a joke, that have good humor, and, well, what is it? 30% white births in Britain this last year? Like, your world is gone, John. And you did nothing to stop it. Nothing at all.
Did, if anything else.
Right? And so you're going to post this glib nonsense? In hopes of what? Are you wanting some backpats from fucking Uberführer Keir Starmer? Really? So, anyway.
Sure he would.
I'm not going anywhere with that. It's just I was kind of strucken by the whole thing, and I just had to say something to the guy, like, what the fuck are you doing, John? I grew up on your comedy. You were funny once, and you had a hand in destroying the world that allowed that beautiful comedy to occur.
That he did.
Well, anyway, speaking of comedy, everybody, remember, go out and get yourself a good whistle, a nice loud one. And what you gotta remember, 3 long, loud whistles. That lets everyone know that bad things are happening and that they have to act. They have to get up and get out of their place and get to action to defend, well, wherever you're blowing the whistle the 3 times long. So I personally... Craig, you might have noticed this. I recommended personally that everyone, while out driving, when you come to an intersection, beep, beep,
you might have seen something that I said.
So, as you find yourself driving along, if you're in, any kind of major city, even a smaller town, you're going to find that there's people that are going to react. So when you get to that intersection, just give them the nice, the triple doot. Make them a nice long dooter for them. Because they do like, they like the long doots. They very much like long doots. So give them 3 of those, and they'll know that you're in support of things. Maybe they'll even run out into the middle of things and, win a fun prize that stupid people win when they play dumb games. Who knows? Who can say? Or maybe they'll win a great prize. Who can say? But remember, 3 long whistles. That's what you got to remember. Say you're in an empty field. That's a great place to do it. Say you're at a meat processing plant. And, you want to put up a sign that says free Gibbs. And points towards the inside. Or Gatorade. Or whatever, And that's what you do. Oh, speaking of free Gibbs, just a quick aside. Will Stancil has not posted on X or Twitter, as you might know it, since late December. Now, if you'll also remember, in late December, there was a particular animated special, groundbreaking, honestly, first of its kind, that, broke the internet after a fashion. The Will Stancil Show, the Christmas special. And if you haven't seen it, I thoroughly encourage you to take a look. It's already proving somewhat prophetic, as it does feature Alex Karp, whom you may well be familiar with as a frequent listener or viewer of the show. One Alex Karp of Palantir, if somehow you are unfamiliar with his name. He's got a starring role, and boy, it fits him well. And on that same note, if you aren't following Alfred Alfer 77, I think it is. But anyway, if you aren't following Emily Eustace, her feed is hilarious every single day now, because all the right people are mad for all the right reasons. And again, like this one I didn't expect, but it's actually kind of proving prophetic. Will has said the thing, and it has been clipped, so you've got to do something, in case you're curious what the thing is. Of course, he has been spotted, obviously, in the past, because it was a meme, handing out housing vouchers, which is just hilarious. I don't know if we've yet got our real Cindy Dindu, but, prophecies take time to roll out, is what it is. But beyond that, we are seeing Alex Karp act in a way not dissimilar to the way depicted in the cartoon. And it will be very interesting to see if he...
It do be like that.
It do. That's it, Greg. That's it. I can't say any better than that. That's we'll wrap that section. That is it. It do be like that. Now, there was an interesting thing that was tried in a country where what they did is they placed foster children with pedophiles, thinking that they would, things would work out probably pretty well. That happened 100-ish years ago in Germany. I'm sorry. Excuse me. It was actually 125 refugees that were put with 125 students in the Netherlands, and that was just over the last year.
Okay, so this wasn't in, as I will quote, a sitting representative of the U.S. goddamn states.
No, this is the Netherlands. So what happened is they put together 125 students, 125 refugees, and thought that they'll put them together so that the students will be able to get them to adapt to the life of the Netherlands. That is not what happened. There were numerous rapes, multiple instances of assaults, harassment, violence, stalking, gang rapes. One said that,
far be it for me to make light of a situation, but this seems somewhat self-inflicted.
You could say that. Yeah, and I know. You thought I was going the Weimar angle, but unfortunately, no. History doesn't repeat itself. It only rhymes. So here we are, saying the words
Hickory dickory dock
all over again. So yeah, this happened in the Netherlands. Numerous children, I shouldn't say that. Numerous teenagers and young adults were raped in this situation because, of course, nothing is going to work when you import the third world. You don't get the first world when you import a people who have no history of any sort of equality or democracy, of any kind of republic, of any kind of social norms that are even vaguely recognizable to you.
Well, here's a question for you. This does go along a certain line of reasoning, which I'm not very much a fan of, but it does seem to fit the situation. When you put a glove into puddle of mud, what happens to a glove?
It's a little muddy.
So the glove gets muddy. Does the mud get glovey?
Yeah, there's people that try and make that argument, but it's a real hard argument to make.
It's a real fucking stupid argument.
Yeah, not a good one. Not a good one. Not a fucking good one at all.
Right.
And
now that is used oftentimes by calling it a white glove, and you can see how that just is the wrong connotation. I'm not trying to make that argument.
Well, I mean, white glove get muddy too. What can you say? It's just the facts of the matter.
That argument, but it exists. That is an argument that exists. Not a good one.
Well, on the same note, you if you run a business in, I don't know, St. Paul, Minneapolis, what have you, and you don't want your gloves getting muddy, you would put them away, for instance. Now, if you're a Hilton, a DoubleTree, for instance,
oh god, yeah,
then you might do something real stupid and come out and be very specific and say, no white gloves here. No white gloves allowed in this establishment.
Oddly enough, there was a white glove delivery to a certain place.
Well, and we covered that actually in our last episode. We did.
No, I don't believe we did.
No, we did actually. They took down the sign and everything.
No. This is different.
Oh, exactly, exactly, and that's what I'm getting to. Because in the last episode, we got to one where, this happened. It's like, no ice here. Nope. No ice here. You're not allowed. And then, of course, Hilton themselves from corporate said, that's not our stance. And then, of course, the people at the location doubled down in a brilliant maneuver, which resulted in their franchise being removed and the sign being forcibly removed from the property within 3 days. Which I don't know if we got to report on the sign actually being removed. So there's your update on that one. But at a DoubleTree by Hilton in downtown St. Paul, well, they learned. So what has happened is, they've learned, because there's a little bit more to this. So anyway, I'll just read here. Please know that this is from a letter that was sent to, that was stated, I should say, to have been sent to all guests of the DoubleTree, St. Paul. Please know that your safety and well-being will always be our top priority. Due to heightened public safety concerns in St. Paul, we have made the difficult decision to temporarily close our hotel, and your reservation will be canceled effective Sunday, January 18th, 2026, by 12 p.m. We are taking this step out of care for you, our team members, and the surrounding community. Due to your unexpected departure, our team can assist you with alternate accommodations if needed to support you during this difficult transition. And as a gesture of goodwill, we can either refund your last night's stay or pay your first night's stay at your new hotel at the same rate as your canceled reservation with us. Thank you for understanding during this challenging time. With warmest regards, DoubleTree, St. Paul. Now, that is okay. Fair enough. That's a not unreasonable statement to make in and of itself, and completely devoid of any context. And, to be fair, Bill Megulin, Fox fucking, I don't know, he's on Fox out of some state. Anyway, he did call in and check, and they are not taking new bookings. However, there have been other people that have checked with other current guests who are not government agents of whatever variety, and have found that many of them did not receive these notes. Curiously. So a number of individuals did not. Now, I don't know how much that's just reporting. So I don't know, specifically. But I have heard that a number of individuals were not told that they have to get off the property. So, we'll see what happens with that. But the last time this went through...
The thing I was talking about, which was not we were talking about last week.
Mm-hmm.
A genius delivery guy decided that he was going to film himself canceling his order. Not his order, the order he was delivering to the Hilton. That if they're going to do stuff with ice, then they're not going to get any of the food or drink that they required. So that was a thing. And my guess is that that delivery service is no longer going to be used.
One can imagine.
Because, fuck around and find out either the delivery driver is going to get fired or they're just not going to be used anymore. Their contract's going to be broken because fuck that noise.
Yeah, truly. Truly then. Now let me see if I can find the other one here, because there is something else that came out directly regarding this. The long and the short of it is, instead of anonymized license plates that don't say like state or city or cop or whatever they would say, the state has refused to provide said anonymous plates for ICE agents and government agents that'll be working inside of Minneapolis and Minnesota in general.
Well, that's okay, because we have states reciprocity, which means they can get those license plates in a different state.
That is true. That is true. Now, I've got another... Oh, man, let me see if I can find this news from earlier in the day, because it's really something. You'll... here we go. And now, I cannot verify the veracity of this reporting, but this came in late overnight last night, about 1 a.m. So, and I don't... Again... Can't verify the veracity, but it does track with what we've seen so far. So, reporting was that ICE agents found a wall that had a road nearby, and what they did is they painted a tunnel onto the wall. Yeah. And then what happened?
That's how you do.
At normal activities, as you do, and then Will Stansel, as many have seen, he was out assisting the brave peoples of Minnesota by honking his horn.
This is why he got his degree in Africa.
Well, African studies, but yeah, and
that's what he did.
Well, close enough. 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Equally as useful. But that said, he was driving around in his Honda Fit. You can look up the video yourself. It's there, at least of the initial part of the interaction. I don't know if this particular part was caught on video. This is, again, reporting. But anyway, Will Stansel encountered this painted tunnel. You will not believe this. He was able...
I might not.
You might not. It's true. Now, this is just reporting. It is said that he beeped his horn 2 times. Beep, beep, and then drove right on through. Drove
kind of
right
like
through the tunnel,
beep, if you will.
Yeah, the ICE the agents were reportedly flummoxed and flabbergasted, finding themselves unable to pursue him through the painted wall. I know.
I am. Already.
They were reported to have been holding signs that said "damn it" or something along those lines.
Okay, yes. That would be very much... appropriate signage is a key thing.
Oh, absolutely. So things are sadly quite cartoonish indeed over there in Minnesota. So much so that here we are. Oh my. So anyway, getting back to less of the silliness of the world and some real stuff. Okay, so let's talk about Greenland a little bit and what's going on. Now, we've got basically the world community that has most of the world community. Italy has been not insane, thank fuck. But largely the West has been... they've been able to divert a surprising amount of manpower, material, and resources to Greenland that they can't manage to get that together to get the people off of their lands that are invading. And they can't manage to send all that many people over to Ukraine, but by golly, by gosh, by golly, they can send them over to Greenland.
Mm-hmm.
And
now, I don't know if you saw the video of the people arriving.
Well, I've seen two videos. I've seen one that had a number of very colorful flags that some reporting states is live video of the arrival. I don't know how accurate that reporting is, but I do know that they had very, very colorful flags.
They had stout, robust presence, one would say.
Mm-hmm. A heavy presence, you could certainly say.
Yeah, a heavy presence. So I'm curious to see. I don't know if they're being stationed there on vacation to lose weight, or get into shape. Besides potato,
or pear.
Yeah, ogre.
Yeah, well, whatever, you know.
I don't know if they're going to be living with anybody.
All shapes have value. All shapes matter.
Sure.
Shaped
Some
lives
of them matter more than other shapes, apparently.
But in all seriousness, no, there is actually a big update. Anybody has probably caught it, so I don't really need to go over much detail. Long and short, Donald Trump went out and said, okay, there's going to be tariffs if you're fucking around with this, and I'm going to raise them. And that's the long and short of the story. To which I have an update from earlier today.
The amount of soldiers that arrived in that video, by the way, that was being shown, that was 15 people. Just FYI.
Yeah, like jokes aside,
that's the
because there
massive
was
force
like
we're going to be going after, the NATO force of 15 people.
Well, I've got a specific update on that, and that is as of earlier today, the 15. Funny enough, the Germans, for now, it's just them because that was the largest contingent. Which, yes, 15 soldiers was the largest contingent that was sent to Greenland to defend against the entirety of the United States Armed Forces. Okay, so the 15 Germans
that have assurances from Canada.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I'm sure the CCP will be happy to help them out. You know, just like they helped out Maduro. Yeah. Oh, anyway, the 15 Germans that were deployed to Greenland, they left today. They weren't really answering any questions either. But Bild was on the scene. They were able to capture footage of the troops departing. And according to Bild, reporting here, a return order was issued early in the morning with all meetings and planned events immediately canceled. Berlin provided no official explanation. Troops were simply told to leave. And the rumors that are circulating are the word of the tariffs coming from Trump on this, which is completely fair because, let's be real, this is what we were reporting on last week too. These people are talking a big fucking game. Oh my God, people! Like, he's coming, he's sending the troops. He's going to invade. They're going to take over it. By golly, he's going to send in nuclear armed drones and robots and mecha Kirks and Floyd bots and everything. He's going to send everything. Send them all. He's going to send in the George droids. He's going to send in the mecha Hitlers. He's sending everything into Greenland. I might.
You know what? Yeah,
I wish that were hyperbole, but I mean that really was pretty much.
I want to hear that squeaking if we send in all the things.
Right. So the long and the short is what appears to be the case from the whole time, other than one offhand comment from Donald himself, when somebody asked, "Would you rule out using force to acquire Greenland?" He said, "I wouldn't rule out anything, but I'm not talking about it right now."
Right. And that's all I said.
And everybody went crazy over that shit. So the long and the short of it is basically
what were they expecting? Assurances, like you'll hold their hands and help them with the weepies.
Yeah. Are you really expecting, a Chicago hot dog party from Barry?
To roll in? Are you fucking high, people?
Yeah. So as usual, Trump is circumspect in his way, and he was. He didn't really give him a good answer, and they ran with the not good answer, as they do, as they fucking do. So yeah, the long and short of this, like I've been saying, is that the Greenlandish people, whatever the fuck you call those
Greenlanders.
Yeah. It looks like they're going to get a real sweet deal out of this. And they had already been kind of hinting at, we're kind of tired of the Denmark bullshit.
Them since like Obama days. I think even before that.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a specific strategic interest in us holding Greenland, and this is why they partnered with us already in the past. This is not like it's a thing that hasn't been on the chopping block for decades.
Absolutely right. And the thing about it is, we've got two talked about deals. The one being Donald Trump just saying, "There's like 50,000 of you. I'll just give you each $100,000 and some extra."
I say
rights.
Make them all a millionaire, because this is what I think I said this last time, that what we should do is we should give each of them $1 million. And then we round it up to 100 billion, but I believe it was 60,000 people. So that's 60 billion. Round it up to 100 billion. That gives them another 40 billion for the government to wrap up any and all affairs they have with Denmark. Like, that is such a sweet, simple deal.
Yeah. Very easy stuff. Very easy stuff. But here we are. We've got the world going crazy, talking about Donald Trump's going to invade. He's going to tear apart NATO, going to destroy all of everything that was built.
I believe we weren't going to tear apart NATO. What I believe happened was we're going to get kicked out of NATO, so we won't have to pay anything, and then we're going to get 80,000 troops to come home.
Mm-hmm.
Our commitment to NATO. We're going to stop paying for NATO. We pay like all of it, and then. We're not going to have to worry about defending Europe. They're going to do that themselves somehow. And we get to just not care. Like, I think that this is a win. Like, us pulling out of NATO is very different from us getting kicked out. If they vote to kick us out, we do not have to care. We do not, like, they come back to us crawling on their knees saying, "Hey, daddy government, daddy US, come save us." Kind of like with the first two world wars. We'll see how that goes. If they want to do that, I mean, frankly, I think we should do the same thing with the UN. The reason why the Middle East does not have one caliphate is because they figured out they can have 52 votes from 52 countries if they don't consolidate.
You don't say.
So, about that kind of stuff, right? It's just genius moves, gentlemen.
Speaking of genius moves, and just
we pay for 30% of the UN. Like, that would be a huge savings for us too. Right now they're the League of Muslim Nations, as far as I'm concerned. Because again, 52 out of 190. Like, they got a decent amount there.
That's true. But just touching back on something here, because I was reminded momentarily. And that would be the Washington bill that, if they do pass that and next year you can't buy a 3D printer or whatever. You know what they can't stop? They can't stop you from buying blocks of wood and parts. They can't stop you from buying extruded aluminum.
Special, huh?
You can just do things. You can just do things.
Yeah, you can.
And if you're feeling extra cheeky, you could do just such a thing. Pull out your Sharpie and write 2025 on it. And there you go. And there you go. Because the world is very, very silly.
Here's the other thing, is the parts to make a printer are not that hard to get.
Not particularly,
especially a rep wrap is really easy to make. Like I said, El Cheapo Bedslinger, do a rep wrap. You can get yourself a decent printer together. Very cheap. Very, very cheap.
Well, anyway, there's something else that we should probably. Well, there's a whole shitload of things we should cover, if I'm being completely real. But that said, is it's terrible news, but we got to cover it. because I'm seeing a little bit of coverage in our circles, but it bears mentioning. Unfortunately, out of fucking Minnesota and a fucking daycare is sadly, when they have children, it seems like it's much worse than when they don't. So we've got a absolutely just horrifying news just a few days ago.
So before we get into that news, just real quick.
Yeah.
The reason a bunch of them got flooded with children is they shut down the schools so that they can put the children in the daycares to overcome the thought that they don't have any children in them.
Oh, and there's just, you know what? Let's just go ahead and walk down this path a little bit, because I don't want to talk about this quite yet. And that is that they put the kids in there, in the ones that are legitimate, even. Maybe they only go for 10 minutes or whatever, but let's just say they're as legitimate as they're going to be from a society whose only export is piracy. So let's just assume that much and say that on these legitimate ones, they're doing what they're doing. The thing about it is, Somalia doesn't have a great central banking system.
No, it doesn't.
They have no central banking system, as a matter of fact, and credit cards aren't tremendously valuable there either. So how does money flow? Literally, in this case. So what happens, and there's been some reporting on this, and I'm just going to kind of add a little bit of the context to it, so what this all means. There was some reporting on millions and millions and millions of dollars flying, literally in briefcases and duffel bags full of monies, flying out of Minnesota. And now, on its face, that seems a little chintz. And to be fair, it is, but it's less chintz than it seems on its face. Because Somalia has no central banking system, money has to flow. And it, as said, flows quite literally. COVID fucked that up. There's actually some reporting. You can look that up from during COVID, when these private lending institutions are basically like they've got a loan shark system that is their bank.
Sure.
To put it in the most relatable of terms. So basically, banking in Somalia works on a system of loan sharks, and they transfer monies betwixt each other for whatever.
They have accounts in Dubai.
Yeah,
just
actual accounts with actual monies. And
that's the physical destination of all the cash leaving the USA in the suitcases is Dubai. Right. That's where they're hand delivered to, and after that it goes to wire transfer.
Yeah, or directly, depending. Because again, in Somalia, they don't. The wire transfer isn't really a possibility, but nonetheless,
it's generally too dangerous to just fly in. Millions of dollars of cash, so they fly to Dubai and they deposit it there, and then from that they do smaller amounts.
Mm-hmm. Exactly that. And also to add the context necessary to this situation, because of the lack of the central banking system in Somalia, much of this is done on the word of trusted money lenders or loan sharks or whatever you want to call them. So they give the keyword, key phrase, password, whatever, to the two parties. The two parties know the thing. They exchange. The monies are released on the other side, in this somewhat trusted system. So anyway, like I said, this is largely best to describe, to take it by itself, just as a microcosm. It's not particularly illegal or immoral. I think it is illegal, but I'm not 100% sure on that, because it's getting into like tax shit. What I'm about to get into is completely illegal. So that in and of itself, not tremendously illegal, but what it facilitates is completely illegal, because all of these people work under the table. And all monies and all exchanges, all payments, all bills, all everything other than shit that has to be paid from an account or from a card is paid in cash and is traded in cash. So at no point in this system is the government involved. Meaning there are no taxes levied against the work, against the products, against the activities, anything.
Mm-hmm.
So they're all working under the table, which, okay, by itself, taxation is theft. Fair enough. I don't disagree. But And here's where it gets interesting. They're also on welfare. Now, that is also theft. Because you're stealing from the taxpayer who is breaking their fucking back to make sure that you're able to run your daycare in Minnesota. And that taxpayer is keeping you afloat with the taxes that you're not paying into. And that's one of the areas where it all breaks down. And where a high-trust society is broken quite in half. And that's what's happening here. We're being used and abused by these people whose sole export is piracy. Well, what did we expect when we imported a bunch of pirates? We got a bunch of thieving fucking pirates. So, yeah, there's your long and short on how that works. Like, in and of itself, many of these systems aren't particularly illegal, but they come together to form what could be described as a monetary mafia. And just theft of American dollars in the billions. As of right now, we're looking at guaranteed minimum $9 billion.
It's wild. I did not expect it to snowball the way it has.
It's quite something.
It's inexcusable in its extent, and it's to the point where, like, look, and this is one of those things where people point out, like, Nick Shirley is not a smart guy. It's like, you realize how that makes that worse, right? That it was so obvious.
It doesn't. You don't even need a smart guy to do this. Good to know.
Yeah, there's a couple of things. One, journalism can be done by a moron. Duh.
No, you don't say. Wow, I hadn't noticed.
But two, it didn't take a genius to see $9 billion in fraud happening. Maybe his hand needed to be held along the way a little bit. You can say that's the thing. There's also, like, this should point out just, like, the extent of stupid involved in trying to defend this at any level. That someone like Tim Walz, noted retard, is trying to defend this. Like, dude, it's happened on your watch. You're not running for a re-election, and you're getting your ass impeached. Like the formal impeachment, that went through. That's a thing that's been submitted. That is happening. We'll see where that ends up. Like, dude, you're just so fucking dumb.
Oh, and speaking of fucking dumb, I have got something truly classic. There was a legendary crash out just this last week. Which one? I know. I am actually talking about a specific one. In this case, you're familiar with Caleb Hammer, right?
I am. I love this story already. I know exactly what you're talking about, and Papa Gut deserves it.
Oh, yes, absolutely. So, Caleb Hammer, if you're not familiar, he's pretty down the line, kind of a Dave Ramsey kind of type, but for the modern era, telling people, hey, you need to not buy, your avocado toast, your this and your that. Or, in his case, he actually looks over people's finances and says, hey, you're really screwing up your money here. Your
child support is not going to cover your lifestyle.
Right. You're spending $100,000 a year, and the two of you together make $80,000.
Your child support does not function as alimony. Stop trying to use all your child's funds on your earrings, shit like that. Just
that kind of thing.
Bare bones, simple shit.
So big guy in the finance kind of podcasting field. Also YouTube.
He does a genuinely good show.
Yeah, he does.
I like it.
That's why I say he evokes Dave Ramsey. He's a fun dude to listen to, and he's actually teaching people useful things. Quite literally, he has people on that have completely screwed up their finances, and he'll say a funny thing or two, maybe say a funny insult here and there. But they know
what they're getting into, mind you. That's the other thing. They know exactly what they're getting into.
Yeah, exactly. Well, case in point, Frogan still will not go on the show despite many thousands of dollars that would go directly to her. And
like, they have a whole onboarding process. They know what they're getting into.
Oh yeah. So they go on his show. He looks over their finances and gives them some genuinely good advice every time. That's what he does. It's like, hey, I want to fix your problems, and I want to show people that problems can be fixed, which is kind of the overarching thing. Even if it doesn't get said, that's what the show's about. Because problems have solutions if you're willing to address them. And because he's kind of gotten a little bit bigger than just his finance show, he's got this podcast where they talk about things above and beyond finance, like some current events, news, finance-related events, like, say, I don't know, financial fraud, for instance.
Nick Shirley.
Yeah, for instance, like the exposure of financial fraud in the scale of many billions of dollars. That would be something that they would cover. And so, they have been. Quite well, as a matter of fact. Now, there's a streamer by the name of Papa Gut, and he says that he was once a big, big fan of Caleb Hammer. And, well, he had a lot to say about his comments on Nick Shirley's reporting, because he thought initially being the first 5 minutes of this 5 minute and 16-second clip,
he thunked himself something.
He thought that two addresses were different when unfortunately they were not. Unfortunately for him.
Turns out it's the same fucking location.
But
he spent a good solid 5 or 10 minutes.
No, 5 minutes. Just 5.
5 minutes.
It's a 5 minute and 16-second clip because the clip ends immediately at the 5 minute and 16-second mark. And then very shortly thereafter, the VOD was deleted for some reason.
Yeah. So the clip that was around had the part where he realizes...
Oh, yes. The last 10 seconds is gold. It is one of the finest things.
Between the part where he's crashing out and the part where he goes, oh, I'm wrong, aren't I? I'm a fucking idiot, aren't I?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It gets to that last few moments, and and the realization. Oh, it's he's so much calmer and so much more quiet in those last moments. He truly is. But that said, he has issued an apology since that time, for what it's worth. So I would like to see more of this. Genuinely. Not the crash outs, but because there's been plenty enough of those. But the people that are willing to come back out at the other side and say, you know what? I made a mistake.
Yeah, I did the dumbass. It's not that hard to say, actually.
It's not.
I do that.
I'll be honest.
I do that quite frequently.
That's one of the things that we do here. Is when we make mistakes, we go back and correct it because that's what you do. We don't make a lot of them. We don't make a lot of them at all. Pretty much on every point. But in the rare occasion...
I mean, I gotta say, it's really easy for me because you spend your time doing enough science, you realize pretty quickly you spend most of your time being wrong. A lot of your time is spent being wrong, and undue ridiculous amount of it. So I guess it's kind of the thing is, people invest so much emotion in being correct versus being moral, and both are important, mind you. Both are important. But at the same time, part of being moral is accepting that you are fallible and correcting it when you recognize a mistake. Mistake remains a mistake when it's not corrected.
True. And it might even still be a mistake afterwards, but at least it's a mistake that's been resolved as opposed to let to fester.
Depends on your audience, I guess.
Also,
if you're dealing with people that will never accept an apology, then the apology is at most for you.
True. And on the note of apologizing, we should probably mention that, it's never too late to apologize, and by golly, it feels like the State Department is doing just that thing. We have news just as of yesterday, just fucking Saturday in the middle of January 2026. You know, it only got started reporting on like 6 years ago. But whatever. You know, we'll take it when we can get it. But the State Department has said that they will be permanently cutting off aid to Somalia. This is by way of
I love this one
out of Daily Wire. So it's been a long time
this follows Somalis, workers from Somaliland. Sorry, not Somaliland, the place south of that, Somalia.
Right.
This follows them destroying a warehouse of 76 tons of food and drink that we sent there for them.
Yeah, donated by the Americans, yes.
So if they do not need that, if they do not need our help, then they will not get our help. They can come back begging, and we should not give them a fucking penny. Because we have already given them graciously, out of the kindness of our own hearts, and unwillingly, mind you, more than their fucking GDP in fraudulent acquisitions.
Mm-hmm.
So they can go ahead and burn through that before they have a single fucking word to say of us. And I hope that they cry about it as hard as they can internationally, and that some other country comes to their aid, because it sure as shit shouldn't be us. On the other hand, if Somaliland, or Puntland, I believe it was called, is the disputed area up to the north, if either of those two places feel the need to reach out, I'm sure Marco Rubio will happily accept becoming the leader of those two places.
What's one more hat?
Exactly. The guy has a ridiculous closet. He has so much in his wardrobe. What's another couple of vestments, if you will? So he should happily help out Somaliland. I think that is a gracious thing for us to do. Somalia, on the other hand, shouldn't get a single fucking penny more. If anything, they can repay all of the fraudulent receipts that they have had before we ever do a damn thing for them again. There's no reason for us to ever. It's just no reason for us to ever give them anything ever again. They spat in our face too many times. They have fucking invaded. Like, and here's the thing: is I'm not talking about 280,000 Somalis who are here under protection, or are here legally as citizens. I'm talking about the few that have, specifically the few that have already been caught, but anyone who is working with them to do the billions of dollars in fraud. They can have every one of those motherfuckers back, and they can enjoy the benefits of Somalis that can build their country. Because apparently they've built Minnesota, which was promised to them 3,000 years ago. They can have them all back. Like, it's just, we're fucking done with it. There's no reason for us to ever accept that back here ever again. We're not, like, the whole temporary protected status, that's done. Any foreign aid to them, that's done. Sanctions for anyone who decides to deal with them and in any way send our aid to them. I think that is perfectly reasonable for them to be cut off from American aid, 100%. If a country decides that they're going to receive American aid and then they're going to provide aid to Somalia, perhaps we should tariff the balance on that.
Yeah, you know.
Like, we should hard cut that bullshit. No more fingers in our pockets.
Yeah. Or to put it in the simplest of terms, I am the captain now.
Yeah, and this is another one of those fun ones. How can you tell it's cold in Minnesota? The Somalis' hands are in their own pockets.
Okay.
There you go.
There's a lot of places you could go with that, because I actually wanted to mention something. Because if you've been watching any of the videos out of Snowgadishu, check out the hashtag. Not on Google. You won't find jack shit on Google. I looked. There are 28 entries in all of Google for Snowgadishu of any spelling. I go on Twitter and or X, whatever, and I find pages of memes. Unsurprisingly. So anyway.
Yeah, no, it's a thing. It's I did not realize that was a thing, but relatively recently, I think there was a couple fits and starts of that as being used as a hashtag, but relatively recently, like I think a few days ago, it's a big thing again.
And you'll find nothing of it on Google. So, yeah. In that note, let me see here. Where was I with that? Which one was it? Well, actually, no. I guess I didn't. I don't know if I had anything else I was going through with that, just other than the general censorship that you find from Google related to current happenings. Unless it's got some sort of leftist slant, you're shit out of luck.
Yeah.
But anyway, I don't have a cool transition. Oh well, it happens. But that's fair, actually, because transitioning isn't cool, and you shouldn't. So, that's how you do it. Nice.
All
right. So, anyway.
And remember, you just set yourself up for criticism on every single transition in the future.
Well, I mean, transition is open to criticism, so that's completely fair. Heyo! So, out of CNBC, we've got reporting that Elon Musk is seeking $134 billion from OpenAI and Microsoft in wrongful gains because he threw them some money some days ago, a few years ago, to put together some tools. Some AI tools. And, well, those were due to be non-profit. And, well, if you'll be aware, you gotta pay for some of those premium ChatGPT features.
Yep.
And that's a bit of a problem, because...
So you're saying ill-begotten gains of some variety.
You could say that a not-for-profit agency, organization, group, what have you, decided to become for-profit. And Elon, put his money in. Billions, as a matter of fact. I think it was 4, might have been 2. I can't remember exactly offhand.
Yeah.
Let me see if the article's got the reporting. Okay, it doesn't have the specifics of his. Oh, okay. Musk's filing says he contributed about $38 million. 60% of OpenAI's early seed funding helped recruit staff, connect founders, get contacts, and lend credibility to the project when it was created. And I believe, too, he had, from that time as well, helped them out on numerous occasions just to try and, make it work, make it happen, because, the guy's a technophile, so, duh. Obviously, he's going to be working towards that sort of thing. But anywho, that's all gone south now that the company has closed itself up, and he's suing for wrongful gains.
Very true.
So, just basic reporting here. OpenAI gained between $65.5 billion and $109.4 billion from his contributions when he was co-founding with AI in 20. God damn, that much? I did not realize that. Wow. That's got to be with dividends.
So he co-founded, and he wants his contribution back.
Yeah.
That seems reasonable.
And he's stating also that Microsoft gained between $13.3 billion and $25.1 billion in his federal court filings. And, yeah, OpenAI, really. OpenAI, in its statement, called it a, quote, unserious demand by Musk, and said it was part of his, quote, harassment campaign. And Microsoft has...
This was the place that got Grok's code, right?
They did steal a big chunk of it, yes.
Yeah, so...
Funny that.
I would shut the fuck up if I were working at OpenAI. I would say very little right now.
That would be the wise thing to do. And the funny part is here, and thank you, Bats, for sharing this with us, we've got some very interesting updates related directly there, too. You see, when you burn all your investors and you kind of hold on to the world's fucking supply of RAM wafers, you can build a little bit of animosity. And you might find yourself having a little bit of trouble doing business. As a matter of fact, reporting out of Tom's Hardware, thank you, Tom, or in this case, thank you, Bruno Fioria, OpenAI could reportedly run out of cash by mid-2027. Analyst paints grim picture after examining the company's finances because they throw money at themselves and then throw money at themselves to fix the hole where the money used to be.
Yep.
And make promises that theoretically could be met, but practically, you keep promising a double every year, and it's not a thing you can really do without doubling your data centers. And there is only so much electricity out there, Sam. There's only so much.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's long and short. They could run themselves out of money before the decade's out. So let me see here. According to an external report last year, OpenAI was projected to burn through $8 billion in 2025, raising to $40 billion in 2028. Given that the company reportedly projects profitability by 2030, there you go.
So we might be making money in a while.
Look, bro. Just give us like $2-3 trillion, and it'll be good.
I'm just curious, like, how the investors are going to handle that.
Yeah, I can't imagine that's going to go over all that super well. Because we've got
sounds like a recipe for sounds like I can understand investor patience.
Mm-hmm. Oh, especially with cutting edge technology.
Sounds like a huge fucking waste of time for a lot of people.
It does.
That's like that. I understand. Like there's risk and investment.
Sure.
You gotta accept that in order to invest. You have to accept the risk.
And if we're going to be real, he's not much of an angel. He's not much of an angel investor. He's a man that wants to get something back on, on what he puts in.
People will do things for.
There's angel investors out there. There's folks out there that just want to see things happen, and by golly, some good things happen because of them. Also, some really dumb gay bullshit happens because of them too. Cough Wikipedia, cough.
Yeah, by the way, never give a penny to Wikipedia.
No, they have
all the operating costs for. They have 300 years of operating costs.
I thought it was fucking 30. Really?
I'm just gonna say it's 300 at this point. It's just.
I have legitimately heard that they have a war chest that would run Wikipedia perfectly fine
at least 30
for 20, 30 years. That's what I've heard.
Static by itself, yes. Adding compounding interest, and I'm
stock investments, whatever else, just the money that's sitting there. Yeah.
So anyway, they have more than enough cash. Don't give them a fucking penny. They're assholes.
Oh yeah.
Like I used to, I did edits on there. It went down to shit, so I stopped bothering to edit anything. And it's only gotten worse since then.
And
like I used to legitimately think it was a good place to go to for stuff, like to add to spend my time. Like, hey, I've got expertise in this thing. I may as well go ahead and post what I already know because I've already written it up somewhere else. It's like basically just copy paste kind of stuff. Nah, fuck them. Rockopedia, on the other hand, I'd rather go ahead and assist them.
It's just a better system. Larry Sanger supports
now,
it.
Their interface has something to be desired. My guess is that I'd probably have to find another MediaWiki site and put up the content there, and then copy paste as a suggested edit. Because I tell you, the complex math stuff really relies on a really good LaTeX engine, and if I'm just suggesting text, that's not going to cut it.
No, that's fair. That's fair. Now, I don't know if you caught the latest and most important news, probably, that we've ever reported on. That, of course, being that Reddit moderators deserve our respect and
that was funny.
Should be treated as celebrities.
I couldn't watch the whole video because I cannot stand that whole affectation.
Well, that's understandable. I myself would also not
funny.
Want to die of literal cringe.
Dude, my spine was curling. It was like collarbone to pelvic bone. Ridiculous.
So, has there ever been a more Reddit mod that was a Reddit mod?
I love the part where it's like, I was the mod of LFG. Or, LSF. It's like, all right, man. Yeah, live stream fails. You were the guy. You were in charge, were you?
Look.
Do you feel like you were in charge, pal?
Truly. Do you feel like you're in charge, Mr. Reddit mod?
We need to be treated like celebrities. I like that he just says it out loud. I do like that part.
Oh yeah, no, that's the best part. That chef's kiss. It's like if you tried to make this as a sitcom, they would say it's too contrived. No way could that be real. That's too ridiculous. And yes, Bats, a whole YouTube channel. And of course, yes, he is also using the, not a synthwave background, because that would be cool and based, but the basic visualization background. Very futuristic, very Star Trek. So, all you have to, and this is the funniest part, even on Google, because that's how big it is. Because Reddit mods are big. Let's be real. But even on Google,
he seemed kind of a hefty guy.
Well, not.
Sorry, continue.
Well, to be fair, he's not a Discord mod, so you know. Anyway.
What's his name? Vince?
No, actually, I think it's Dan. But whatever. He's. It's so perfect. I just what I did right this very second, just to double check, because I wanted to make sure it would come up and I didn't get anything wrong on this. All I did, I went to Google and I typed in Reddit mod and I clicked on images, and by golly, the whole top row and the whole second row, for that matter, too, and then the third row and the fourth row. But the top row is him. The rest is other Reddit mods or potential Reddit mods, the kind of folks you would expect.
Of course.
Now, you know what? I should be fair. I'm gonna hop over to Start Page, and I'm gonna do that again, just to be sure. Because after all, Google does save your searches. So there we go. Okay. So that's just me. So an anonymized third row. Okay, fair enough then. Okay. All right.
Hold on, I have to participate now. Give me a second.
Oh, that's funny. That is.
So I go to Google. I type in Reddit mod or moderator. Which one? Reddit mod?
Well.
Reddit mod. I go to images. And I see first row. I see him in the second row.
There you go. So good.
I see him in the fifth row.
Well, he did say that they should be treated like celebrities, and
by golly, in the seventh row. Sorry, yes.
By golly, he is getting that taste of celebrity that he always wanted.
He wanted to be a celebrity. You are right. I see him in the, I believe that's the 12th row.
Well, you're famous. You're famous, Stale 2000.
Sir, you are internet famous. Hold on. Now, that was Reddit mod. Now I want moderator.
Yes.
First row, second row, third row.
Beautiful.
Blah, blah, blah. That's
but guess what? Guess what? That's not the end of the story.
10th row, 11th row. Sorry.
There's another chapter entirely to this story. Reporting. What?
16th row.
There we go. Okay, so reporting out of Drama Alert, got the live stream clip here. Let's see, what do we got?
Destroy Charlie by doing this.
He could destroy Charlie.
Oh shit! Like, do I do this?
Do you do it?
Okay, speaking of Charlie.
Well, no, specifically
I
this
just
the
watched
Reddit
today.
guy. This guy, this came out, yesterday or early this morning. He was threatening Charlie, Moist Critical, with
okay.
some action, some heat, as it were. Good luck. Good luck.
So today I saw this fantastic Jubilee spoof. One Gen Z versus 20 veterans or whatever. Gen Z female trying to say that her difficulties were worse. Funny spoof. Hold on, let me just go into my YouTube history and pull that shit out.
Oh, sure.
Pop into the history. And...
Well, while you're doing that, I'll also share an
One
update
Gen
from
Z girl
just before we
veterans.
started recording, actually an hour before we started the show, a release from the White House press secretary, Carolyn Leavitt, and I will read verbatim. President Trump will not tolerate the intimidation and harassment of Christians in their sacred places of worship. The Department of Justice has launched a full investigation into the despicable incident that took place earlier at a church in Minnesota.
You did mention that one.
Well, I hadn't mentioned that specifically. That's actually like directly out of whatever. But I will throw that in there. One Gen Z girl versus 20 veterans.
Yeah, that was so funny.
I don't even need to watch that to know that it's going to be hilarious. I've seen enough clips from... you know the one.
From King Jester.
No, the one with...
Oh, you mean from Jubilee.
What about... is it the What About podcast?
Oh, Whatever podcast.
Whatever, yeah, that one.
Yeah, that's the one with a bunch of only whores on it.
Yeah. So, anyway, moving on to better news. We've got some for you, as a matter of fact. Some very interesting news here out of Rasmussen. So, just the other day, there was a House Administration Committee that's been looking over things, election integrity, as a matter of fact. And in that, they found some interesting things, as a matter of fact, that the top 3 voting machine companies, Dominion, ES&S, or Election Systems and Software, and Hart Intercivic, they all testified under oath that their machines, unfortunately, include CCP manufactured components.
Oh, do they? Is that the case?
Yeah. It would have seemed that they did swear under oath to the House Administration Committee on Election Security that is in fact true.
Oh, interesting.
That is an interesting thing. And you know something else interesting is there's a fella from, believe it or not, from Minnesota.
From Minnesota, huh?
Yes, a man that just wanted the world to have a comfortable pillow and a free election.
Indeed, this gentleman, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And you know, all he did, he just wanted to bring light to these facts. Well, there was a little bit more to it than that, and perhaps a little bit of hyperbole, but not a whole lot from his end. Just a little bit of anger at, getting debanked and sued, and having his business fucked with top to bottom, causing genuinely innocent fucking Minnesotans to lose their livelihoods and jobs because they wanted to destroy his business. But anyway, it would appear that Mr. Lindell, and I would like to say hopeful Governor Lindell, will now be vindicated, because he was saying all of this, that as a matter of fact our voting systems were infiltrated by the CCP, and well, looky fucking here. How about that?
Looky here. How about that?
Funny stuff. Funny
Oh,
stuff.
indeed.
So anyway, I'll just read directly from Rasmussen here. Earlier this year, this is as of this is from the.
Rasmussen still has me blocked. That's the funniest thing.
That is funny. Well, the world is funny. But this was from the.
I said at this point. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is from page 248 to 249. Earlier this year, this is from last year, 2025, a very brave member of the U.S. DOJ seized all voting machines in a certain jurisdiction of the United States and turned them over to experts in the intelligence community for a close forensic inspection of the machines for foreign parts and software. As a result of the findings, the ODNI produced this recent assessment: foreign involvement and supply chain compromise, Chinese components and equipment.
Interesting.
Investigations have revealed that the U.S. election equipment supply chains are deeply intertwined with foreign manufacturers. This is true across all major vendors and machine types.
Uh-oh.
Oopsies.
What happened? High score? What?
Well, let me see here. It explains that certain electronic parts, such as computer chips and touch screens, have no U.S.-made alternative and thus must be sourced from China or other countries. How peculiar.
Now, I'll say this on that one. Some China parts, I'm going to just kind of not blink at.
Oh, yeah, no, there's any number of things that can be...
A touch screen by itself does not a Chinese interception make.
Well, and even if it is, there's only so much you can get from a touch screen.
Right. That's a main board.
Yes.
If there's a main
that
board,
processes
or if there's,
every single call.
A network card. WLAN card, that kind of thing. Those I find more curious. A card that might be used, say, in the actual tabulation process,
or something that something network attached.
Device.
Because of course these aren't. Because if you'll remember, also these aren't networked.
Yeah, these non-networked devices. God, that was dumb.
With all American components, except for the ones made in China.
Right. I just don't fucking lie. You know what I mean? Just don't fucking lie in the dumbest ways possible. Give us that small amount of credence that you have an idea what the fuck you're doing.
It'd be nice. It'd be nice.
Like it's aggravating because it's so fucking lazy. That's what I get to that point. It's just stop being shit at what you're doing here. Like, if you're gonna try and lie about this stuff, do a better job. It's so dumb.
Oh, and speaking of lying, we should. There's another fun thing that came out here in the last few days. As a matter of fact, we should. Well, I don't know if it didn't specifically come from Raytheon, but it came from people in and around Raytheon and a statement therefrom. Raytheon has recently revealed that they're having trouble, getting good employees. So we've got some reporting here out of Robbie Hendricks, which he states.
Maybe I should apply there.
Yeah. Well, he mentioned that he spoke with some muckety mucks over at Raytheon, and to quote him, he said, "We're freaking out. We can't find engineers. We've had a position open 2 years. Kids aren't studying real majors anymore." Well, as we've reported
that's insightful.
On previous episodes, perhaps it's more of where the job is posted.
Oh boy, where's the job posted?
I actually don't have an answer to that, legitimately.
Oh, okay.
But I would be unsurprised if it were posted in a post office in some city I've never heard of in the middle of nowhere in Kansas. Just saying.
Yes, the good old ghost job to get the H-1Bs.
And, well, one of the funny things I mention about this here is, and I'll just read from this, actually, from an interview. Or I don't know if it's an interview or if it's from their, one of their company statements, but this is a direct statement of Raytheon. At Raytheon Technology, our commitment of our people, our company, our industry. For us, advancing diversity, equity, and inclusion is both a business and a
Yeah, okay,
social
pal.
imperative. We understand embracing diversity in all its forms will help us innovate in exciting ways. And we understand that by weaving the core principles of DE&I into the fabric of our company's culture, we will enhance
Rodney River at this point. That's my answer
opportunities.
there now. I'm so done with that.
Yeah, I don't even need to finish at this point. You know,
I do not care how bad shit happens to them now. Oops. What kind of fucking retard just shows up? We can't find anyone. By the way, we like DEI. I have an answer for you, pal. I think I got this one solved.
Yeah, mystery of mysteries. But here's the fun part. Palmer Luckey of Anduril fame, of Oculus fame, and of previous Meta fame, if you like. Rather a well-known individual. We talked on the cool stuff they brought on Joe Rogan. I think we got that one in before the end of the year. Very cool show, by the way. Definitely worth checking out. There's some neat shit there. But anyway, here's what he said directly to Robbie Hendricks in reply to this. Anduril hired thousands of engineers last year. There is plenty of great talent out there. Yes, there is, Palmer. I'll have you know that Palmer, he likes to hire American, and when he doesn't hire American, he likes to hire Japanese. Our true greatest ally, obviously. And, well, you'll find that when you look for jobs amongst qualified applicants, by golly, there's actually a couple of them out there. Who'd imagine? Whoever ever would have imagined that? So, yeah, basically, we don't have a specific answer on if they're doing one of those jobs.now bullshit things, which, by the way, if you're looking for a job and you're in tech or engineering, jobs.now, there are new listings every single day. Good, high-paying jobs in STEM and in related fields. Like, look it up, get out there, put yourself out there. You know, even if you don't get the job, the fact that you put in the application ensures that some fucking nobody, fucking low-caste whatever from India also doesn't get the job. So either way, you made America a little bit better. And who knows, maybe your own life too.
Fair.
Yeah. But you know, we got plenty more to go on from there. So let me see. I guess, you know, it's not really worth our time to go into the minutia of kind of government posting because they're just doing memes all the time these days. Mm-hmm. There is a fun one. Homeland Security had the "We'll Have Our Home Again," and
yeah,
a lot of people got real upset about that. But I mean, what's more to go?
I thought that was an okay one to do. Like that's just
it's fine.
Like what a fucking controversy.
Yes, quite that. And now, if you'd like to know a real controversy, let's move over to Clark County, Nevada, and talk about a man by, well, I shouldn't say a man, a creature by the name of Christian Rubino.
Uh-oh.
And, well, he was dating a woman who had a child. The child's name was Kai. And what happened is he tortured and murdered that child. He broke his legs and beat him until his eyes popped out of his head. And he's been given 5 years of probation.
Oh, okay. So not being dragged behind a vehicle until his bones have shattered away into dust.
No, he is not due to be drawn and quartered, sadly. No.
So
he was charged with first-degree murder and child abuse, to be completely clear. But the DA, they felt a little bit better on a involuntary manslaughter plea deal. And I don't think I need to be specific as to the nationality of Mr. Christian Rubino, but His face tattoos speak for themselves.
Is he Christian?
I would say that he is about as Christian as your your average MS-13 member. So Christian adjacent.
Oh. Okay.
Quite literally adjacent to Christianity, perhaps opposite there too, one might say.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps an agent of darkness given made flesh and made manifest in this world that has fallen and allows this darkness to persist. But, whatever.
Sure.
In this fallen world. Yay. And, of course, the other one, which, we mentioned shortly, is the Minnesota daycare worker that, strangled some young kid to death, apparently for attention, is what the reporting is. There's not a better...
I think they're going to get some attention.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think they're going to get a lot of attention.
Oh,
I think,
well, I've got a bit of an update. I didn't have the whole story. Apparently, there's more to it.
Oh, you shit. Sorry. You buffoon, you clown.
Oh, I wish it were better.
You nincompoop. Okay.
So 18-year-old daycare worker confessed to intentionally suffocating 2 children, killing 1.
You only had half the fucking story, you cunt.
Lovely. So not only, quote, in an attention-seeking act, Russell admitted to, quote, the attempted murder of our first victim on 2 occasions. And the murder of young Harvey.
I got some fucking attention for this guy.
Girl,
whatever the fuck it is.
Well, she's got about as much testosterone as a man, so close enough.
This fucking creature.
Yes.
This criatura. It's fucking ridiculous. This just disgusting.
It's absolutely horrifying, the things that are done to children and the innocent for no reason. No reason. I got nothing. I would like awful things that I can't discuss at length to happen to that awful creature. Oh, and speaking of bad decisions, you are never going to guess who actually owned up to one. Just give it a shot. Big.
Hunter Biden.
That? Okay. That's a reasonable, like, it could happen. Depends on which one we're talking about. Like maybe the gun or the coke. Well, yeah, no. Like, depending on which one. That's actually pretty reasonable. That's a good guess. But right. Anyway. Actually, Merz, of all people, Chancellor Merz out of Germany has said, and I quote, it was a serious strategic mistake to phase out nuclear energy.
No fucking shit.
Wow. Wowie fucking zowie. You don't say.
That one is actually more than the thing I was thinking of, where the guy said, I can't remember what the fuck he was saying. Anyway, it's just, okay, all right.
And might I remind all of our listeners, which may remember, may not, but this would be a little bit before the time of the show. We actually came on the next year. But in late September 2020 or 2018, Trump was at the UN, and he had spoken on perhaps the folly of their decision to abandon nuclear and take on the source of energy being maybe a little bit more to the east, maybe a little bit Russian, say. And then they quite visibly, because you can go watch the video, they have themselves a nice little guffaw, a nice smile, a nice laugh at Donald Trump.
Yeah, they bristled and mocked.
Bitch, who's laughing now? Ha, ha, ha. Wish I could, but it's just so fucking tragic. I mean, how do you even laugh at this shit? They're fucking atrocious.
Yep.
So, again, everybody remember, get yourself a nice whistle. 3 long, sharp blows. Important. Everywhere as you're driving through the city, interstate, whatever, any place of high traffic that doesn't have people and you think could use some people. It's a good way to get them out there. Just a reminder. Just a reminder. All right. So, what else? What's the thing? Let's get some good news. How about this? There's a new add-on, which if somehow you have been trapped into Windows 11 and did not hold off your updates from December, which, bullet dodged on my laptop, because I've been holding off on mine since the end of December. It has gotten bad.
Yeah, Windows 12 is going to have to come out at this point.
Yeah.
I am literally incapable of upgrading, even with a TPM 2.0 installed. Apparently, my hardware is just simply not up to task. Which,
oh no.
Sorry, Charlie. At this point, I'm not buying another computer till like 2030, I think.
Right.
Because holy shit, the prices.
Yep. So, that said, if somehow you are trapped in your latest version, I legitimately, just because of my stubborn-ass nature, got lucky with this one. And on my little shitty laptop that doesn't have a lot of resources, have been holding off on the update since the end of December, and it just pushed it through, and the new one is... Well, the new one's so bad they actually had to release like an emergency update because it wasn't bricking shit, but you couldn't shut down normally, and it was fucking up everything, eating massive amounts of resources. Like, Windows Explorer isn't even local anymore. It's crazy shit. So,
that's right. They're fucking writing. They're writing so much shit. It's like if the UI of your OS is running off a fucking node with a REST API, like just fucking fire your front end employees because they're all fucking terrible at their job.
Yes, completely.
All of them.
And totally.
Redo. Reset, man. Holy shit.
So, with that said...
They're trying to want to rewrite so much of the OS in Rust. It's like, just don't do that.
What are you even doing? So anyway, I got lucky, and it just updated yesterday, so I was able to roll it back to the mid-December when it was less fucky. At least it ran. And I'm just gonna have to kind of hold it there until they fix their fuck-ups. And this machine here, well, I'm hearing good things about Linux.
You should try it.
I legitimately might. I legitimately might.
I recommend anybody who's a beginner start off in Mint. It's Debian based, blah 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 blah. You don't need to hear all the lingo. It is as close to a Windows experience as you need to feel comfortable. It has a lot of it's like Ubuntu. It is based on Ubuntu, but it's got a lot of nice stuff. Like it feels more like Windows than the average Linux. It'll hold your hand through it, And there's a large community out there, a lot of projects that are compatible with it, a lot of software that's compatible with it. It'll get you through. It'll bring you to the other side where you can be comfortable in a Linux environment. So Mint, absolutely recommend that. Ubuntu, if you're a little more comfortable, you want to like customize stuff a little more out of the box. You don't need to have your hand held as much. Yellow Dog, if you want to put Linux on just about everything, including a PS3. There's a Linux distribution out there, which is just funny. It's not really Windows Linux. It's okay. There's a bunch of them out there anyway. DistroWatch is the place to go to find ISOs. You can torrent them. And in fact, that's one of the places that... So most of BitTorrent traffic up until the big update boom for Blizzard, it was about 70% of it was Linux distributions being passed around. There's still like a fuck ton of torrent traffic is still Linux distributions because you have to pass around the whole entire fucking OS. So it's passed around. They're in ISO files, so they'll load up like a CD. You can then copy everything onto a USB key, reboot, and boot from your USB. Follow instructions out there. You'll find them. Real easy to do. Dual booting with Windows 11, I've heard, is a pain in the ass because Windows likes to try and take over. It's like a fucking virus at that point. But it is possible. There are people that have figured out ways to tell Windows who Daddy is, and Daddy should be the user.
Yes.
So, worth looking into all that ahead of time. Make sure you kind of cross your T's, dot your I's as far as due diligence. But Mint is my recommendation for a Linux beginner. It'll hold your hand through enough of it. It's worth trying out if you have an old box, an old laptop, old desktop PC that you aren't doing anything with. It's a good one to throw on there just to give it back some new life because it'll also run on a potato. Including after it has been used as a suppressor. It'll run on potato salad.
Hey, there you go.
So anyway, I recommend taking an old piece of hardware, older, not old, something that has you'd like to breathe some life back into. Copy all your stuff off of it, and then throw Linux on there and just wipe everything else so it's just Linux, and let Linux do its thing, and play with it a little bit. You can start putting stuff on there. There's compatibilizers out there. You can use Wine, which is, of course, in the GNU tradition, is a self-referential acronym. So Wine is not an emulator, is what Wine stands for. And it is not an emulator. So it's like VMware, if you will, but it is not an emulator. But you can run Windows environment stuff on Wine, or on Queen, or Wine. There's various ways to get around the whole you're running Linux, you can't use the software issue. So things like Steam run on Linux. You can do Linux gaming. There's more than just playing solitaire.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with Steam OS,
if you're on
which
Windows,
is kind of a specific Ubuntu build.
Right. If you're on Windows and you feel like playing with Linux for a little bit without having to leave your daycare, I do recommend this because it is very useful for development on Windows machines. There's Windows Subsystem for Linux 2, so WSL2. You can go into your Windows components, whatever, and turn it on, reboot, and then you have Linux. I recommend running the Ubuntu build. It's kind of built in. It'll load up, it'll give you a Windows environment, and it's all command line based, but you can get a feel for Linux, the file structures of it, how to navigate around it, how to do certain update tasks, etc., all from the comfort of being inside Windows. And if you have a multi-monitor setup, you can do all kinds of stuff elsewhere while Linux is doing its thing. And it also helps because some things are written only for Linux, and if you're on a Windows box, that can be a little bit annoying. So you can have a convenient little Linux thing built right in. The trend before the vibe coding revolution at Microsoft, whenever the fuck that happened in the last few years, the trend was to move the kernel of Windows more towards Linux to the point where WSL wouldn't even be a thing. It would just effectively be a layer over Linux. That was kind of where it was going, and then they decided to bring in AI to write their software for them, and it all became JavaScript bullshit. They really fucked up Windows 11. I cannot believe they let themselves do that.
Oh, yeah.
But it is what it is. But anyway, I digress there. You can get your access to Linux from within Windows and play with it that way. I recommend doing it. If you still have Windows 10, WSL is your friend.
Oh, sure.
You can get a feel for Ubuntu, and then you can move on to Linux Mint, where a lot of stuff will be familiar, but you'll have the whole graphical display and everything, and you can go from there. Definitely use an older piece of hardware if you have it or hanging around as a spare. That'll get you started, and then you can move over. You can migrate your entire main over to dual boot if you want. If you don't have WSL available, dual boot is the way to go. But yeah, it's not scary. There's a lot of bullshit people will throw out there. This one though is sincere. Avoid Arch and avoid BSD distributions.
Fair.
It's like FreeBSD, etc. Unless you know what the fuck you're doing, avoid those, because Arch, you basically have to write everything yourself. There is a community out there that will help you and they'll handhold you a little bit. But it's like if you are like, Arch doesn't come with a lot, and like for instance, you want a display driver so that you can actually use your fucking graphics card. You got to write it like from the ground up. It's fucking Arch. So anyway, they are a bunch of masochists, in my opinion. But that's what they do.
That's a fair statement. I mean, realistically.
I'm overselling you a little bit, but like, come on, you guys. You arch nincompoops.
I mean, come on. Did you write it in binary?
That would be the thing, is that they had to write it in raw machine code. It's like, fuck assembler. We're going in raw.
Speaking of assemblers, thank you, sir.
Okay.
That is exactly the segue I needed. So on that note specifically...
A transition, you will?
Not even, actually, because we're staying on topic. And that is Ubuntu. There's been a wrapper. It's just been released, I want to say within the last 2 to 3 weeks, that is an ARM wrapper.
Oh, right, okay.
And it does seemingly, this is early days, it just came out, but it seems to be able to translate x86 commands and needs.
Yeah, there's a translation layer that it figured out
into ARM processes. And do it fast.
The thing here is...
like real-time fast.
So to summarize this really quickly, x86, x6486, same things here effectively.
That's going to be the processors that you know, your Intels, your AMDs.
Even between Intel and AMD, the Intel instruction set for x64 as of Gen 7, which is probably the last time I cared to learn a significant portion of it. Because I started off writing assembly in C. MASM and ANSI back in 1993-ish, I think, thereabouts.
Sure.
A while ago. The Intel instruction set grew to, as of 2015, over 1,500 instructions, unique instructions.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot.
Now,
many of them are very useful.
Quite a lot.
Many of them are very, very useful. But anyway, AMD has a similarly large instruction set. This is for your 32-bit computers, your 64-bit computers in general. ARM, even 64-bit, has very few.
And let's pause for just a quick second, because a lot of folks, I mean, we got a good audience, but there's a lot of folks that aren't going to know what we're talking about. So, your x86, your x64, that's going to be your Intel chips. That's going to be your AMD chips. That's going to be what you know as a processor. Your ARM chips, that's going to be... Now, this isn't GPUs. That's a whole different thing. This is going to be like what you're going to find in your smartphones, in your Apple, in your Samsung, in your Google phone. A much, much more thermally efficient piece of hardware. That is just an alien architecture. It's very, very different. And there's a reason why you don't see things... You see stuff on a Switch before you see it on a phone. Basically. To put it in the simplest of terms. Because you're dealing with a completely alien environment. You know, to make the code work, you have to just do it from the ground up. Just like we were saying, code that shit in binary.
Well, it's all right. It's machine code.
Yeah.
Anyway. Point here being, you're going from 1,500 different ways to tell the chip to do something, down to an instruction set on the order of 50 to 100 different ways to tell the chip to do something.
Yeah.
So while many of those 1,500 are relatively specialized, a good portion of those 50 to 100 smaller subset match up with something out of that 1,500. Some of them are genuinely unique to ARM, but a lot of these things do match up relatively directly, 1-to-1. So that is very useful. What you have to do is then figure out what combination of the ARM instructions match up to what you're trying to do with the Intel or AMD instructions that are outside of the ARM set of instructions. And that's the kind of translation layer that's kind of built into this distribution. That's what's really interesting is getting that kind of translation layer built in a way that's functional, because sometimes there's not really an efficient way of doing things in the smaller instruction set that the bigger instruction set has a command for. Like sometimes there's not like a simple combination of things you can do in ARM to match up to Intel or AMD.
Sure.
And that's where a lot of the there might be like 10 different ways to do it, and like 3 of them might be kind of equivalently complex and have the same time efficiency. But if there might be a chain of 2 or 3 instructions in the Intel set, there might be one of those 3 in the ARM set, different combinations that are better for a specific combination out of the Intel set. So when you get to that kind of multiple in to multiple out translation, your number of combinations for ways to do things goes through the roof. So having an intelligent way to parse down, to kind of pare down off the excess of bullshit for those combinations and figure out what reasonable small number of instructions accomplishes the task. That's where having an intelligent way to do that is pretty important to a translation of whatever, like either compile time or runtime. If there's a compile time translation, that's easier. That means the compiling might take longer, but then at the end of it, it's a static translation. You no longer have to worry about doing stuff on the fly.
Well, actually, that's that's something I'd like to actually touch on real quickly, because that was described well in the documents on it. That being that
the dynamic version of that is runtime.
Excuse me. The first time that you'll run a game, it might take a while to load because it has to build these libraries. But once the libraries are built...
Okay, so it is runtime.
Yeah. But once the libraries are built, it has them and can just reference them in the future. And so your first load-ups on any given thing are generally going to be slower.
So that's dynamic. That's at runtime versus compile time.
Yeah. And
the difference here is... Now building up a reference set is a good technique. That's getting some of the compile time efficiency, trading off early investment for later efficiencies. I like that approach versus the other time. The other way is just pure runtime, where it tries to figure it out as it receives the new instruction. Like I said, when you have multi-in, multi-out, your compute time on figuring out which combination is going to be ideal out of the ARM set just gets so fucking nasty. It's a factorial complexity kind of issue. So when you hit like 10 different instructions as a possibility to replace 2 or 3 out of the Intel set, the number of combinations is like 10 factorial. It's fucking wild.
Yeah.
So, and it might be that 3 or 5 factorial out of that is actually what matters, which is a relatively small amount compared to 10 factorial. But figuring out ways to get rid of the excess out of that large SERP space, that's difficult to do at runtime. So if they're doing it like while loading and then they store it, that's kind of like that's like doing kind of the best of both worlds in the best way you can. It'd be better if they just had like a generic sense of which instructions need to be done, but if you have
every game's a different
set of
game,
instructions
though,
out of the program,
realistically, that's probably kind of the way you got to do it.
Yeah, well, it's again like the search space becomes massive if you're trying to do it for all
now
cases.
That said, many of those same runtimes and everything will be viable for, say you run this on an Unreal 5 game. You're now going to have a bunch of shit related to Unreal 5 games.
Yeah. So, that'll be interesting.
But staying on the topic, because I got 2 other really interesting ones in here, and they both hit directly on Valve. In this case, directly as opposed to tertiarily. And the one is an update to Steam itself and the way that mods are to be handled. So we all know Nexus mods. If you don't, we've reported on them a number of times, and their fuckery, and their ideological purity testing, and everything else.
Right.
And, well, Nexus mods is the only way that you can kind of make a thing work with some games. Because, older versions of the games, older versions of the mods, whatever. That's not So Steam Workshop is just like, you get the latest version of the game.
There's several other modding
the latest version of the mod.
that you could use, but...
Well, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it anymore. Because Gabe said, you know what? Fuck those guys. So, you're going to love this. They've added versioning. So, what is going on now? There's versioning in games and versioning in mods. So, you can roll back your game versions and you can roll back mod versions from the Steam Workshop directly. So if there's, and this is going to be a thing, this has been rolled out to ensure that mod support is full featured going forward into the future. So you can like tie your mod to whatever version, and until you get it updated, a person can just lock in at that version. As opposed to what was it? Was it the Fallout 4 that they Bethesda released, like some fucking update that just bricked it? No, it wasn't Fallout. It was some big game that people played forever, and then after Elder Scrolls, that's right. There was an Elder Scrolls update that just bricked the game, and this completely sidesteps that.
Yep.
So basically, what they're doing is they're doing what Nexus Mods does, and I'm glad to see it because I've been very pleased with Gabe and his handling of the gaming monopoly. I mean, that's not the most accurate of terms, but I mean, let's be real.
It's,
they are who they are for a reason. And the other, and this one's pretty cool because let's be real, AI's here. Period.
Yes.
That's the story. There's no more
it's
to
not
it.
Going away.
Yep, it's here. The only thing that's going to happen is unless technology goes away, it ain't going away. And this is another one out of Steam and another update for Steam itself. As you all know, if you've looked, there's an AI tag, and it says if a game has had AI in its use, that the back end on that has now been updated. There are two options. The first one being if you use AI in your workflow, which everybody in every studio today just about completely, just about, I say, because they're on the same note, there is a market for artisanal, handcrafted assets, games, and all that. So stuff that has no AI to it at all.
Artisanal games. Sorry.
That, I mean, can you think of a better term? I mean, it's all handcrafted stuff, so whatever. But anyway.
Well, you say handcrafted, I'm just thinking like... There isn't a guy like sculpting an asset.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, let's be real. The shit might look like a fucking Blood software game from 1998, but still, handcrafted is handcrafted. So
it's just like that's not like. It's
look,
like saying
Commander Keen is an artisanal game.
I'm just saying it sounds like like Postal 2 is boutique software these days, right?
Well, I mean, technically. But anyway. So there's this basically the Scarlet Letter on Steam is this game features AI assets. That is now being updated on the back end and on the front end. But the back end is basically if you're using AI in your workflow, like you're using Claude Copilot or something to clean up your code or some shit like that, they don't care. As well, they probably shouldn't because that's like there really aren't any modern coding suites that aren't starting to incorporate AI to help clean up your code. So what they are, however, doing is they are putting in another section where you obviously opt in and say that you are, because if you don't, you're fucking gone. But you opt in and then you describe what assets and what processes you do use. That'll be included on your store page. So they're making it better for basically every studio, and then for the small guys that are like
check my store page to see how that's going.
Like Arc Raiders. Arc Raiders is a good example. It's a giant game, and they've used a little bit of AI here and there, but they've been completely upfront with it. Like, hey, we did a couple of textures here and there. We did a little bit of this, a little bit of font work, but most of this is handmade. But we're a studio of they're a tiny studio of like a dozen or so.
Right.
And they put together, one of the hottest games that's out right now. So it is what it is. So if you're gonna live in this modern world,
to be clear on this, like, I'm not against using AI in your software. And for some use cases, and for some specific users, I'd say AI is a boon. It will accelerate your ability to get things done in specific use cases.
Mm-hmm.
For some other use cases, you spend more time figuring out just how much it fucked up what you asked it to do.
Also true.
Than if you just did it yourself. And like that, it's annoying because like sometimes you have like in undefined behavior crops up in hand-coded stuff already. When you have to figure out just what the fuck happened after Claude vibe coded for you,
Mm-hmm.
like just debugging someone else's shit software is always a pain in the ass. And if you instead of having a guy you can go yell at, you then have to go, well, I asked for this.
Yeah. The other guy is a computer.
The other guy is the AI you paid some stupid amount of money to ask a question. Because again, so remember I mentioned tokens earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Way back towards the beginning of the show there. Every word you submit in a question, and every word that comes back in response, those are all monetized when you start to go to scale versus like asking Grok something. There's actually a hidden token limit when you are using a paid service like Grok.
Oh yeah.
That you are not aware of as a user.
I have
when
hit
you
that,
start
by
using
the way,
it on the
but
dev
yes.
side, if you start using it on the dev side, those token limits are very much visible, and instead of being a limit so much, it's more of a rate. As in, you pay this amount of money for this amount of tokens in your prompt, and this amount of money for this amount of tokens in the response. And both sides of that are monetized, and they are monetized separately. So when you are working at an employer and they are using an AI, they will probably have like say 20,000 tokens per whatever, like per output as a cap, and then they'll have like say 40,000 as an input cap, and you're charged this amount of this many dollars per million tokens or something to that effect. And if you're working in dev and you burn through that, and you're just out the other end, either they have an uncapped but rate limited and rate monetized, or they might have capped like a bulk. So you might pay for say 1.5 million tokens for the month, and then you have you burn through that, and they might have an overage cost, like overage minutes for a phone plan. It's very easy to spend a stupidly large amount of money with bad prompt writing, so bad prompt engineering. And that kind of waste largely happens when you're trying to learn how to talk to your AI. Like there's actually, it's funny, there are AIs that are designed to help you write better prompts. And there's a whole meta to it, and it can go like 3 layers deep. It's so ridiculous.
That's true.
But it's funny. This is one of the reasons to run this shit locally. Because again, you don't need to have online learning or batch training, etc. after fine tuning if you're running it local. And you can use even agentic, even where you want it to do some tasks for you automatically in the background. You can run agentic code generation assistance in your computer on the same fucking computer you're writing software with. They're writing C code and C++ code and assembler and JavaScript and Java and Go and so on. Like, there are very good code generation LLMs out there that are very useful out of the box and can be run on your computer as you're typing. Like, I can set it up and use it as Copilot in my Visual Studio app without having to run Microsoft Copilot. I can literally replace that shit I can replace that shit and be done with it, because that means I no longer have to wait for the AI on Microsoft's server to spit out something and then get charged for it. I can just run it on my own electricity in my own fucking house. And I don't have to pay anyone else except the electric company. Which, mind you, could be a significant cost because it does have to do a decent amount of number crunching to get you the software you want. But it's local. You don't have to pay a stupid upcharge on overage tokens, etc., etc. Like I told you before, I've been experimenting and playing around with LLMs locally, and just it is. While I wish I had a graphics card that was happier with what's going on and could be more useful, but even running it through your CPU, it's worth it just to play around with shit on your computer.
Nah,
it's very much worth getting familiar with these things because I'm telling you, the LLMs are not going anywhere. Even with the build out they're doing and the bubble they're making, when the bubble goes, LLMs will still be a service that is provided. It'll still have the same kind of premiums available to it and required of it. It'll still be there. So we've got to be.
All I'll say about that
to be ready to compete.
To really encapsulate that point, I think, is you can grab your cell phone, open up your lock screen, and on that very front screen, you're going to see a calculator icon. We all still carry calculators. We can all do math. Well, we all have the capability.
I love this one. I love this one from the classic jock nerd split of old with the math teacher, where the math teacher comes out, the crotchety old math teacher comes out and says, "You're not going to have a calculator at all times," and it's like, motherfucker, I have a calculator at all. Like the nerd would have a watch calculator. The jock now has the fucking phone.
Yeah.
Everyone still has a calculator. There's never a time where you're without a calculator these days.
Yep. I remember when I was going to school.
It's still good
initially,
to be able.
You know, they were like,
able to do
you're going to need to know how to subnet. Am I?
Right.
Am I really?
It's like DHCP, buddy. I mean, I remember that shit. My dad was doing his A+ and his MCSE.
Oh yeah,
of course,
you
tag along.
You gotta know the subnetting. You gotta be able to do the math.
Right. And I'm sitting there just like, why the fuck would you have to do this? Like, because I have to. It's what they want me to do. I was like, all right, so that gets you a certification, huh? I guess I could say this, and here's my announcement to the public on the Fake Untitled podcast days after it happened. Yeah, I passed my PE exam.
Congratulations.
Me. And you're gonna have to know how to convert between foot-pounds per rotor second. To this. It's the encabulator speech, the wonderful tech jargon YouTube
turbo
video.
encabulator. Yeah, I know, absolutely.
Exactly. Yeah.
If
it's like imagine doing that with units. That was like a good part of how they fucked with you on the exam.
Oh, okay. So you can so you can convert Newton meters to inch pounds of force.
Yeah, exactly. That kind of shit. It's like. Now imagine that, but like every fucking problem. And here's the thing: it wasn't just that. It's like 3 different sets of annoying units in a problem, and it's just like, okay, fuck you guys. I'm gonna just convert everything to a unit set that I give a shit about, and then I'll convert it back to the answer at the end.
Well, I think that's probably part of the whole point.
It's one of those things. It's just. So here's the one. I told my dad about this because he had some things to say about that, and I said, well, here's the thing my M&E balances professor said. He said, what is the unit set everyone should use? People raised their hands and gave out different specific unit sets, and he said, whatever the hell the customer wants. And that was the answer, and that's true. If you're an engineer, you should be units agnostic. To the point of dealing with your customer. Internally, you can use whatever units you want.
Except for maybe if you work for NASA. Because, there was a time when that, there was a little bit of a discrepancy and it caused an issue.
Instead of
a highly energetic issue.
They wrote the entire landing sequence in feet and they programmed it in meters. And instead of landing, fucker buried.
Well, not only that, too. Also, in the creation of the Challenger, some of the seals were done like one side was imperial, one side was metric, and
no. So the seals issue.
Was that the Challenger?
Feynman was called in as a witness, and he did something very funny and very much a Feynman-esque thing. When they were ready to call him as a witness at the trial to bring him up there, he said, "I'd like a glass of ice water, please." And so they got him a glass of ice water, and he had a washer with him, an O-ring, a rubber O-ring. Remember, the whole issue was one of the O-rings failed. Solid rocket shit came out the side and blew up the whole shuttle.
Yeah,
that sucks. So basically, and you can see it in the video because they recovered video of it. You can see it in the video what happened. You saw the fire come out the side and shit happened. So I remember this. I remember seeing part of the trial on TV, and I didn't see the Feynman part, but I'm going to go back and watch that at some point. It was so classic of him. He calmly asked for the ice water. They brought him the ice water. He took the O-ring and he dunked it in there while they were asking him the question. And at the end of their remaining little rambling, he pulled the O-ring out and he showed that not only had it shrunk in size, it was really fucking stiff. It was a cold morning watch. End of story. Like it was entirely an environmental variable issue. They had failed to account for the quality of the O-rings that they used and the material properties thereof. What a dumbass blunder. So obviously now they've chosen different materials that they use for these things.
Okay, I thought that was a metric imperial thing. Oh, my mistake.
It was not a metric imperial thing. It was a rubber does not behave the way
it was
you
a
think
material
it does.
science thing.
Yeah, that was very much an obvious. So he and they were trying, blame something akin to what you're going with there, and he just dunked an O-ring in ice water and showed them what was going on.
There you go.
Like I said, very Feynman-esque. He was like that.
I'll wager that Feynman could actually tell you the difference between a man and a woman. I know, perish the thought.
So you saw.
Yes. Yes.
Holy
and dear listeners,
I have my issues with Holly, but he ripped that lady. He informed that lady what an asshole is by providing her a new one.
He made Dennis Leary look like a nice man.
This woman, this shithead,
and made her look like the biggest fucking idiot that ever tried to profess to have a medical degree.
She claims to be an OB-GYN, and I could not fathom any front holer showing up to this lady.
Is she even going to be able to identify such a hole?
Who apparently is incapable of determining for herself what kind of human she is. Like, that would have been my first fucking question to her. Are you a woman? How do you know? And she's sitting there like, and she tried to go the male-female route, and Holly did not let her. I would have. Because I would have immediately pulled back on. It's like, now define woman. Define man. Oh, adult human female, adult human male. Like, I would have just gone, like, just the fact that she tried to escape to that. Now, I like that he cut her off. Like I said, I would have let her go that way because I would have just stomped on that. That is one of those. That was one of those escape routes they try to go down. Oh, you mean male female? Like, that's not what I said. I said man woman. Can a man get pregnant? That was just. She's like, well, it's the answer should have been in general no.
Yeah,
generally speaking, no. Outside of even medical oddities, no.
Even as a completely fucking duplicitous representative of this fake ass science, you could have put out an answer that met his requisites while still not answering.
I liked what you said there. Specifically, you said fake ass science. It's what they are practicing is not science. It is not medicine.
No, it's scientism.
And it needs to be. It's not even scientism. I would say they need to be. They use that as a smokescreen for the cultist behavior. I would call them out on that directly. That is something that needs to be distinguished. What they are doing is not science. It is not science. And it needs to be specifically called out as not science.
Well, I mean, that's why I use the term scientism.
I have the vested interest in this one, and I'll flatly admit that. Science is an institution that I have been a part of for many, many years, and it needs to be protected because it's something that has foundationally advanced our society. You could say it has even progressed us, but I would say that it has done so far more than those who call themselves progressives.
To put all of that into just hard and fast terms, despite the fact that our inflation is monumental, galactic, perhaps even, and that the price of goods and foods are eye-watering, it is that very technology that has made many of the tertiary aspects of our life affordable enough to make everything else still work, despite the fact that our dollars buy almost fucking nothing.
I would say our dollars are still making mileage
because of that technology, because of those advances.
Let me put it like this. Our price of eggs has not substantially blown past what the price of eggs was in the 1940s because of technology.
Yeah, fair.
Factory farming, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Supply and demand, we have...
Say what you will about the healthy animals and all this, that, and the other, but yes.
Indeed. We have the supply to meet the demand in such a way that we can keep the prices down. A gallon of gas, given the ridiculous inflation from under Biden and the persisting unfortunate inflation under Trump, lower as it might be, it is still above 2%. And the fact that 2% should be too high for us to return to the mean. Mean being 2% year over year, that's the target by the Treasury and the Fed. We should be at like 0% inflation for a little while to get us back down to, return to the mean of 2% inflation. We're not there. So we should be there. We're not. The fact that gasoline has hit $2 nationally or gone lower, this is year one, last year, not this year when we got Maduro. This is last year. The fact that we got gas like almost immediately down in price. And the fact, so I remember back in the late 90s, in 1998, taking my older brother's crew team to the Nationals in Maryland. We stopped in Georgia. My dad and I were driving the boats up. So we borrowed some guy's truck with 2 gas tanks in it. It had like one of those little dash flip switches.
Yeah.
It was one of those things. That was nifty to me. We were hauling the boat trailer.
Old school.
We drove up to Maryland from Gainesville.
Ooh, that's a drive.
I remember stopping just over the border into Georgia, and it was 88 cents a gallon of gas. My dad said, "Look at that. You're never going to see that again." He's been right. He has been correct. In Gainesville, Florida, if memory serves, it was $1.35. I have seen in Trump 1.0 and now in 2.0, I've seen it go under $2. The fact is, it's cheap. It's so cheap to make. It's a loss leader, and I've mentioned this in previous episodes. It's a loss leader in the industry to make gasoline because it destroys the fundamental product of the oil industry in the petrochem space, which is specialty chemicals and plastics. Everything else is a loss leader. That includes gasoline. They sell gasoline cheap because it's what transports the other products to people, the specialty chemicals and the plastics. We transport all of that on essentially burnt plastics. We've ruined the ability to make plastics efficiently in those cracking towers to be able to pull out gasoline components and side strippers. So heptanes, hexanes, and octanes, etc., like those are all pulled out in side stripping to make gasoline. 83 different formulations in 50 odd whatever jurisdictions in like, was it 14 regions or whatever? These are seasonal and they're regional. 83 different formulations by statute.
Yeah.
And it's a 3-week downtime at the refinery unit in order to refit it for the next season and next region's formulation. So the refinery, not just the mixing area, but the refinery itself has to pull down a refining unit for 3 weeks. That's lost profit for 3 weeks in order to do that. and they run it inefficiently, the product you want comes out the top, the ethylene, to make plastics. So it's a loss leader, and we're able to. They're even with that, they're able to drop the price so low, especially with the shale gas we've been getting to replace to make it so that we don't have to worry about the off products on the top so much. But the fact is, we got dirt cheap gasoline in this country, and our technology has advanced to the point where we have been able to make it so damn cheap. That 88 cents a gallon in 1998, like I could throw that in CPI, and so that's probably going to be around the prices we're getting right now. Relatively speaking, that's fucking cheap.
True.
Which is great, and that should tell you also that largely everything else that's happened, it's the speculators that really drive price on a lot of this stuff, let alone just government interference and dumb shit like under Biden with the unfortunate virus issue and the thing is, it wasn't even in operations, it was in the fucking payment processing when that pipeline went down. Fucking payment processing got fucked up, and so they shut down the pipeline. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yes. So science is worth protecting as an institution. The politicization of critical institutions, critical infrastructures in this country, since the onset of the pandemic, and even before that, but like it's particularly egregious under the COVID pandemic. That cannot be reversed fast enough. That singular issue of turning everything into a fucking political debate, all the personal is political, that kind of shit. Singular provisional issue in our country needs to be undone. We cannot do that fast enough because we are, as the United States, a technological fucking marvel. We run this shit. And we need to act like it, and we need to put the politics aside.
Well, let me just actually comment on that real quickly.
The way we got to where we are is not political. That's the point I'm making.
I need to say something on that specifically, though. And that is, look at how much grift and graft and theft there is in our system from top to fucking bottom. We're how many trillions in debt? And realistically, there's probably about $1 trillion in some kind of fraud or some kind of grift.
There's more than that in our budget.
Well,
I am calling that right now.
Let's just say that there's $1 trillion.
Round it down to $1 trillion. Fine.
30 years? Yeah. We just undo that.
Yeah.
Keep doing every fucked up thing we're fucking doing. Throwing the billions upon billions upon billions into the black hole that is the Pentagon. Throwing all these money at all these retarded programs every year. We just take the fraud out of there. And everything rights itself. But that's not the point I was actually intending to make. The point I was intending to make is America is still a functional nation. By whatever metric you want to use, but America still exists. Our homeless.
We've been able to absorb all these costs.
Exactly that. Our homeless have a standard of living that puts your average Somalian to shame. Well, maybe not now.
It'll probably make them salivate at the opportunity to be homeless in California. Yeah.
Yeah. But that's the thing. Like, even the worst of us have a pretty good run of things, despite the fact that we are being
being built
from top to bottom, left, right, up, down, center, everywhere. Just even with all of these trillions in money that's being burned, we're still able to stay solvent. Well, I wouldn't say solvent. Still able to stay functional. Where would America be if the situation reversed, if we got rid of that fraud? I've said it. I've said it before.
Well,
we would have a city on the moon, and we would have a base on Mars.
Nancy should bring that up. Specifically, I'll say this. We are headed back to where we need to be.
In a few days.
And we're doing it by just doing what we should do as America. We are sending people back to the moon. That's first mission is going to circle the moon and come home. But I bet you right afterwards we're gonna send people back. Like Artemis 2 right now, that's the platform, not the mission itself. But the Artemis 2 platform is being used to send people. We're doing it right now. We're sending people around the moon. And the next one, we're gonna send people back to the moon. I bet you. I don't know the plan off the top of my head right now. I'd have to go look it, but I'm pretty sure we're not gonna be happy with doing a sightseeing trip around the moon and then coming back home. I think this is us strutting our stuff before we start doing the work, sending people around the moon like tourists.
And also,
the same crew is probably even going to be the one going back to land there. But right now, they're going to go back up there. They're going to whip around it. They're going to stare at it. They're going to use some instruments to measure some things. It'll be great. There's there's a bunch of names on board the ship. I went ahead and did it this morning. You can go onto their website, the NASA website. You can add your name to the payload of names that is going to swing around the moon. Get yourself your little ticket.
There you go.
It looks very cool. Everything space is fucking awesome, and this is one of those awesome little things, because, yeah, I'm not on the fucking ship, but my fucking name is, man. Me and 1.5 million other people, as of this morning, have our names on some ship that's going to fly around the moon. That's a part of me that's going to be, fuck ton of miles away from my home. More than the radius of the planet away from my home. More than the circumference of the planet away from my home. That's as far away from home as I can get, plus more, on the surface of this planet. That's happening right now.
That's pretty
cool. In the near future, we're going to go back there and we're going to do lunar permanence. Now, Blue Origin has been assigned the task of making a space base, a lunar base. They're going to put fucking structures on the moon in our lifetime, and they're going to put people up there. And there's the vague possibility that before I die, I can vacation to the moon to see what's going on there and come home. That's what we should be doing in America. That is what we do. That is a far cry from how does my front hole feel this morning. And that's exactly the reason why I get so upset about the bullshit here. That's all a waste of our time and effort. Getting our asses to the moon and to Mars, that is fucking cool.
Just a quick aside from that, too. This is, that's all just taking into account extant and revealed technologies. This is without even dipping into the wild stuff that we talk about, like the Tic Tacs that do maneuvers that require all the energy that every nation on the earth produces all at once to do one maneuver. This is just with stuff that we got today. Well, okay, this is with stuff that we've got revealed today. We'll leave it at that. But,
okay, all right.
But I mean, even still, though, that this is the aspirational stuff we should be doing, even without super weapons and Tesla beams and whatever else. But yeah,
it's fucking cool. Like this is the aspirational stuff that should draw us together as a nation as well. It shouldn't matter that Trump is the one in office. Under Biden, Artemis 2 plans were still being drawn up. Under Trump 1.0, we pushed forward on that. These are multi-administration projects that get funded and underfunded and overfunded and fucked with personnel, etc., etc. But in spite of the political bullshit, we are still able to send people back to the fucking moon, where we should have been the whole time, but now we're going there again.
Well, you start burning money in the diversity fire, you can find some to do some things that are interesting.
Right. And again, we can even do both, which is hilarious. Yeah. Now we have people who are going to the fucking moon, and we have somebody who is not easy upset these days, about their mental state. Yeah. We can do this. So, as much as I firebrand on us taking back science, this, that, and the other, it should be on the aspirational side of things. It's not just anger. It's lament at lost opportunities. It's excitement for the future opportunities. We are here, ready to go. We're moving forward. We're sending people back to the fucking moon. That's just so fucking cool.
And
we're going to send people to Mars. And that's so fucking cool.
Yes. So I've got. Let's kind of get towards the end because it's gotten mighty late. And Yeah, if you hadn't noticed.
We hit 4 hours in our conversation so far.
We're
got to be like 3.5, right?
3:40 actually, just about. So yeah.
Oh right.
Yeah. So.
Well, hey, we can hit 4 hours. All right.
It's possible. Well, anyway,
we can stick the landing on the happy note here.
I've got a couple of interesting points, but firstly, just hitting on the aspirational point. There's a video that's been going around from live stream from Kai Cenat where he's reading a big ass book.
I like this. And as much as people give him shit, I like this.
Exactly that.
He is self-improving.
That's precisely it. He's reading up a big ass book. He doesn't understand the topics, and
I don't think he understands a single sentence in that book yet.
And he doesn't. Instead of just saying, "Well, I don't get this," and putting it down, he's looking up terms. He's
looking up multiple words per sentence, and I appreciate that. Here's the thing. So I tutored somebody for a statistics class. They pulled out their TI-83, and she didn't know how to turn the thing on, let alone type in anything to do stuff. So I didn't give her shit for it. I showed her how to use it, which is what you're supposed to do in these situations, because not everybody knows how to do everything. And she was kind of shocked that I wasn't lambasting her for this. It's like, look, not everyone's going to know everything.
Yeah, well, the thing about it is, it's like, yeah, you should know, but it's not 1995, it's 2026. And
well, yeah, so
a whole bunch of things that people should know, they just fucking don't.
Like, again, so he's not just reading it and then getting defeated. He's reading it and he's looking up multiple words per sentence and figuring out what they mean using Google to search them up and figure out the definitions. He's applying those definitions in real time instead of just going, "Oh, that's interesting," and letting it pass from the front of his eyes to the back of his head and then leave. He's actually real-time learning and applying, and he's demonstrating that he's not just going to give up on that shit as he's doing it. I like that.
Yeah, no,
because not everybody
really good stuff.
The fact is, we have an illiteracy problem in parts of the country and writ large across the country in different generations and to certain different extents. And there's going to be people that just do not have a functional tool set to engage with the rest of society at a level that's appropriate. The fact that he's able to self-motivate and self-execute on this is awesome. I like that.
Yeah,
I don't care like who it is. Like, I think that is the autodidactic quality that we should inspire in people to continue their education, absent some teacher telling them what to think.
Oh yeah, sure, definitely. That's well, as I said, that's aspirational.
Yeah, I liked it. I genuinely liked watching that. That was a feel-good thing for me to see.
It's like, yeah, as much shit as some people might talk, it's like, no, the guy's.
I still think he speaks like a retard, but I think
people are a product of their environment.
I think far more of him now than I did before I saw that video.
Yeah, totally. You know, it's like if. Well, that's too unreasonable. I can't. It's like, you know, I was going to say something about Hassan saying something smart, but I mean, come on
now. Nope.
I mean, the only way that happens is if he's just saying it because it's the opposite of someone that he hates having said something really dumb.
Yeah, probably not understanding their sarcasm and accidentally agreeing.
Yeah, that's basically the only way that works. But just as we are trying to wrap here, I have got something that I haven't seen a lot of reporting on. And Tyler Oliveira's got another documentary.
Oh, yeah, he went to Der Juden, and you wanted to see how they were dealing with things. I liked that video.
He went to New York.
Hilarious.
Yes, went to a city in New York. And the city is,
So he went and he found a bunch of people that are legally using welfare and not committing fraud. I liked the way he engaged with the population there, because he was actually quite cordial, and he wasn't a dick to everybody. And it was, I would say this, I would liken it to when he went to talk to the people throwing poop at each other. I would not liken the target populations, but let's get past that. He showed up
willing to engage people, and people engaged with him after he finally, went to the right places and talked to enough people. He found people who would talk to him. And I liked that he did that. I think he should do that in more places.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of fraud in the U.S., and it needs to be uncovered under every rock that it hides. Or in every sewer that it hides, for instance. Whatever.
The fact is, he didn't find fraud there, which was also pretty damn funny.
Well, no, the way he puts it out is that they're welfare addicted, which...
Yeah, no, which is I think is right. I think that's correct.
Yeah, there's many people there
they are
absolutely gaming the system, but...
They are welfare queens, but they are doing things lawfully. Which is
now, should they be able to? Well, and
I think
also,
that needs to be adjusted.
And to be fair,
if you have 10 kids, then maybe you should only get paid for like 5.
There's also probably the very real possibility that there's some actual underhanded stuff going on, but that's not what he's getting into. The thing about that is that's for actual investigators. So your Nick Shirleys, for instance, to go and investigate, or for God forbid, the actual government.
Yeah, really. I think the people we pay to do that shit. No. So here's the deal on those guys. I would liken their usage of the government resources to the same populations that are off grid, say the Amish. Am I saying the Amish are committing fraud? Absolutely not. Am I saying they should be told not to be welfare queens? I don't think they are.
Well, yeah, it's not a great comparison there. It's a lot closer to the Somali situation.
It's a bit of an apple and orange, but they're both fruit. Still, I think, yes, there are reforms that should be made. The fact that they largely self-fund, that it's not all welfare, is pretty significant, and Tyler was surprised by that. I thought that was an interesting moment. But also, I mean, I like that he tried to figure out, like, how are you guys doing anything if you're praying all day? And then he finally figured out, it's like they have shifts. They show up, they pray, they go out, they do their thing, they come back, they pray, they go out, they do their thing, they come back and pray and go home. And they just run the synagogue all day long. That's actually the way it works in most places, but most of the time, there's not like multiple shifts of people coming in and out.
But anyway,
usually it's like there's one morning prayer.
That's a good one to check out. I've included a link down there. It'll be near the bottom.
I liked that. I liked his video.
No, Tyler does good stuff.
Some people didn't like it. I thought it was a good video.
But we've got another...
also Nuxanor, Nuxtaku, whatever. His viewing of it, I thought, was also a good thing to watch, because while I don't agree with everything he said, the large majority of what Nux said was on point in terms of explanations of what was going on and what a couple things that were gaps in what Tyler said. So worth looking that up too. But certainly watch Tyler's to give him the view.
But what else I'm going to include here down near the bottom of the links is there's a lot of older ladies that are seemingly wanting to find some action in their life, some adventure, some spice. So they're out here,
Are you pimping them out?
I'm not. They're seemingly deploying themselves. But they're out here. They're looking for these virile young men to yell at in hopes that they'll, manhandle them in some sort of way. I guess I don't know, but they're certainly missing something in their lives. And for those ladies, this will be the very last link, so that you'll be easily able to share that with anybody in the show links. But it's some words from, well, really the only man they should ever listen to. And that's Fabio, telling them that immigration is suicide, amongst other things. So that'll be included below. So if you've got any older ladies, they can listen to a real man tell them the real truth. So there you go.
So I'm going to go ahead and change things up a little bit here in terms of talking shop, because I have an idea that I think is really easy to implement. I'm going to do it right now. We should run for our show ideas. We should have a thread for the week, so that we can organize things just a little more smoothly, because then you can just you can go from the top of the thread down. You don't have to worry about how far back you're going.
Yeah, well, that wouldn't be a bad idea to have.
Does that seem reasonable?
Because we can always fall outside of it too. Which is, okay. I mean, that'll happen a lot, but that's not a bad idea.
Okay. I was throwing that out there now as I was just thinking of it while I was looking at the thing.
No, that's not a bad idea at all. Actually, that would help because we could keep some of the because we don't
So
just
what's
cover
next week
breaking
instead of
news. We
TV?
cover like things that have happened a little bit back that just aren't getting coverage or
That's true.
that are important or whatever. So yeah, that's it's not a bad
Let's
idea
see.
at
So
all.
which number is this episode? Just out of curiosity here.
What's that?
What's the number for this episode? 'Cause
Oh,
I can't like say for week
262.
of. So this will be for 263.
And with that said, I've got an interesting story here that just on its face is kind of whatever, but the depth of it is interesting and helpful, genuinely, to the consumer. Amazon is going to be ending their inventory commingling coming in March this year, which, again, what's that mean? That's nothing. It's actually not. What this means is that when you place an order with Amazon, what they'll do, or up to that point, up until now, is any orders placed are going to look for this product in their database under whatever the product number is, the UPN number, whatever. And then they're going to ship it out from the first person that can get it to you.
Mm-hmm.
That is no longer to be the case because that would have them going into third-party sellers, third-party shippers, and a lot of these places that would just send you whatever they had in the system under whatever SKU they had put. So this is how a lot of the fake shit and counterfeit goods and unlabeled things and chintzy shit, when you make a genuine order but you don't get it from Amazon, this will aim to completely undo that. Like your consumables, like respirators or filters or shit like that, you know, where you want for sure to have the real deal. You don't want a fake, like a respirator filter.
Although there are certain people who are ordering respirator components, which are doing things where they do not need respirators, or are doing things where it'd be funny if they had fake respirator parts.
True, but that is that's.
But for the rest of us in industry, that'd be a great thing.
Yeah, so that's actually just kind of a good thing. That's going to be better for the customer overall, and for
absolutely
everyone, really, and just all around Amazon and the Amazon business.
Bit of positive news.
And let me hop over here. The other is more of a positive benchmark, and that is
all right.
We broke 500 million, my friend. There are more than 500 million firearms in the hands of American citizens.
Hell yeah.
God bless America.
That's not enough.
No, but it's a good start. They say it's reached an estimated 506.1 million in private hands. And also...
How many are in public hands? That's what I want to know.
Right.
That's our multiplier.
But on top of that, there is I can't remember how it came down, but the civilian marksmanship program, the place where you would get like the old M1 Garands or the 1911s, they're going to have basically all the old school military shotguns unloaded to them.
Oh, nice.
So you might be able to get like an old school Ithaca 88 trench gun, a bunch of cool old stuff. So keep your eyes peeled. I'll let you know when more is coming on that. But
very nice.
But that's pretty cool. Those have been locked up for shit. Those have been locked up since World War One, just sitting in armories, taking up space and maintained. So there's going to be some really cool antiques coming on the market this year.
I like it.
And as well, we're just a few weeks out from SHOT Show in Vegas, and already there's some neat stuff coming.
I've been seeing the various brands putting out their advertisements for their booths and so on. You know, Caltech has had a couple of funny posts they put out. Phoenix, of course, Phoenix Ammunition.
They're good people over there at Phoenix. Good people.
Yes, they are.
Let me see if I've got a...
Almost worth saying they're God's chosen ammunition source at this point.
Let's see.
Oh, shit.
I've got a... okay. So, if we got the full loadout... They're expecting more than 2,500 members of media. They got a total list of...
Yeah, they have the vendor list yet?
let me see here. I'm just going to hit up shotshow.org real quick. Exhibitors.
Yeah.
Wow. They're expecting over 50,000 attendees.
Where's SHOT Show going to be at?
Oh, it's in Vegas, and it'll be starting up Tuesday morning, basically. So as we talk, they're actually doing the setup. So they'll do the media range day tomorrow, and then by the time we record again, they'll have some stuff for us.
You know, I'm hoping that the media take up that opportunity.
Well, it's good media, not...
I know. It's a different type of media. But still, one can hope.
Well, I mean, who knows? I mean, they'll probably get... Daily Caller or something will probably go out there. OANN, undoubtedly, but...
Yeah.
Fox, maybe not. I wouldn't be surprised either way.
Someone... that's the thing, is that is a way to... You have those interns, the interns, the newbies. This is a nice, simple story. It's a simple story. They should send them in.
Holy... oh my goodness. There's so... The whole list is out, but I couldn't even... I don't even have remotely adequate time.
Right.
This is the biggest SHOT Show yet.
Cool.
And one thing I have seen, somebody has done a Maxim-style water cooling rig for an AR upper, for a belt-fed AR upper.
Yeah, I saw the belt-fed.
Well, there's the belt-fed, and there's the Maxim-style cooling. And with the new availability and legality of forced reset triggers...
Yeah.
Well, it's a fun time to be interested in firearms, folks. A very fun time. And that, too, will be 13.9 miles of aisles.
Yeah.
Yeah, biggest
show.
Biggest
that's what I gotta say is roaming around in O-Town at the OCC during the Antec and NPE shows. Like, you get your leg workout in. You get your cardio in.
Oh yeah.
It is so worth it. Just roam the entire... if any... I'm guessing we're not going to have many of the SHOT Show attendees listening, but if they are, first, day one, if you're not a vendor, if you're just an attendee, roam the whole damn place and check out everything, see everything you want to go and look at later. Then come back around and spend your time speaking with the specific vendors you want to, because it is it's worth knowing where everyone is ahead of time so that you know where you want to go and places you don't want to miss.
That's fair.
Map that shit out and check it all out by foot so you know where the hell it is. Day one, get your cardio in. Day two, go around and start checking out places. Check off your list. It's so worth it to do that.
And in an update to bad news, we reported last week that rest in peace, Scar. You had a great run. The 17LS and the K? I can't remember. Anyway, the 17 series is being retired. Might have already been retired as of recording. But with as with good stories, this one has a follow-up. So there's a next generation Scar, which will be coming out to replace all of those. And it looks pretty slick. They've unmonolithic the lower. You can put whatever handle you like on there now. And they've added another couple of nice, handy additions. They say they've added about $1,000 in value to the latest version.
Okay.
I could see that. At the very least, you can change your grip, which is pretty nice because having a monolithic plastic grip is not the coolest thing in the world. But anyway, the scars are coming back out. The plan is that from Fabrique Nationale at this time is that the scars, when they come back out, they're just going to try and retail them again at the same price despite all the upgrades. And hey, that'd be dope.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the update. Was there anything else? Oh yeah. There was one more thing. Okay, so we were talking about this a moment ago, and that is the engaged in the business thing with the ATF, where there's some work on that. So they, Blondie and her people have been delaying, and fucking around and being shitty on this specific issue for whatever good they've done some others.
As you do.
So the Fifth Circuit said, no, you've got no reason for this fuckery. So you will come to court, and let me get the date on here. So the court case was started on April 20th, 24. Okay, so they were trying to get another 60 days on their February 20th of this year proceedings. They were given none. So as of February 20th, we will start seeing arguments in this engaged in the business of bullshit. The thing that got the Hillary staffer killed, the thing that's got however many innocent people in jail now, gotten midnight raids on innocent people. We could see some resolution to that. And we could see some resolution to that in a timely fashion as opposed to the bullshit we've been dealing with left and right.
Right.
Which, frankly, I'll take it. I will absolutely take it. Now, was there anything else I wanted to hit tonight? Yeah. That's all my points.
Right?
Was there anything else you were wanting to cover?
I think we hit the big ones. I wanted. I think what the fuck else was there? Well, I have a thread in show ideas where I can throw it in there if I missed it.
All right, there you go.
Yeah, if you're a listener and you are actively participating and throwing stuff into show ideas, there is a thread for episode 263.
And if you're a listener and you're not on the Discord, message one or the other of us, and we'll get you in here. It is exclusive, so
absolutely.
You do have to message us. But
you have to talk to us.
Yes, you actually have to.
No.
You're going to have to deal with it. But with that said, everyone, been an absolute pleasure sharing some of this news with you, some good updates, some weirdness, some scary stuff, but things are looking vaguely positive. So, keep your head up. And with that, I'm Evan at That Fake Guy Dan. That's my man Craig at CraigBob99. Our dear friend Steve is not with us tonight, probably resting up as a...
I hope so.
As a man in a position that's going to need to get what rest he can for the time that he can.
He's going to have a visitor soon.
Absolutely. Long term. Well, longish term, about 2 decades or so. But that said, you can find him at Ratman720, and everyone, it's been an absolute pleasure again. Thank you all for tuning in, and we will be back again. Well, all goes well next week. Catch you then.
Next week.